you will pulsate with it, vibrate with it. You will be just a wave in the great ocean of the law. You will be in such attunement, in such at-one-ment, in such deep harmony and akar, that the whole sky will start showering flowers on you. The whole existence will rejoice with you. This is paradise. Paradise is the state of no mind. Buddha calls it the lotus paradise, because your consciousness opens up like a lotus in the early morning sun. And there is great fragrance, great beauty, and there is great grace. But remember, he does not mean, as all the commentators down the ages have said, that renounce the world. He is saying renounce the mind. Mind is the world. Renounce distractions and renounce dreams. Because if you live in dreams, you cannot see the reality. Your eyes are covered with the dust of dreams, layer upon layer. There are dreams and dreams and dreams. And you are surrounded by so many dreams. You cannot see what reality is. And your priests go on helping you to create new dreams. Your psychologists go on helping you to create new dreams. If they take away one dream, they immediately replace it by another. That is the whole foundation of the science of hypnosis. That man can be persuaded to believe into something absolutely false. Hypnosis shows the capacity of man into falling in such dreams, in such unrealities, which look on the surface unbelievable. Have you seen any hypnotist perform? If he says to a person that you are not a man but a dog, the man believes. If he has been hypnotized rightly, if he has been hypnotized into deep sleep, hypnosis means created sleep, deliberately created sleep. If he has been hypnotized rightly and told that he is not a man but a dog, he starts barking like a dog. He may have never done it before, but he can do it immediately. He believes it. And the moment you believe it, you become it. Of course, your belief is false and your becoming is false. Psychologists are becoming aware that almost 90% of diseases are only beliefs. My own understanding is that as they will go deeper into it, they will find almost 99% diseases are beliefs. Maybe for the first time it was a real disease, but then you started believing in it. You started projecting it. You started repeating it, rehearsing it, practicing it. And slowly, it became a reality for you. Go sometime into an insane asylum and see people. They are the same people like you, just a little ahead of you. The difference is only of degrees. You may be below the boiling point, maybe 99 degrees. And they may have gone beyond 101 degrees. Just a 2-degree difference or 1-degree difference. The insane people go living in their own world. They create their own worlds. They believe in their own worlds. They believe so much that you cannot pull them out of their dreams. Their dreams have become realities. That is their insanity. I have heard about one man who became mad and he started thinking that he has gone dead. Now the whole psychological department of that mental institute was after him to pull him out of the idea that he is dead. It was a challenge for them. It was something new also. They had never come across such a case. They tried everything, but it was impossible. Because mad people may be mad, but they are as much logical as you are. They have their own logic, their own rationality. They have a great capacity to rationalize everything that they are doing. Finally, a great psychologist was called from the outside to help. The great psychologist came, he talked to the man and he asked him a single question. He said, "Do you believe that dead men can bleed?" He says, "No, never." "How can dead men bleed? Once one is dead, it is impossible for a corpse to bleed." Then he says, "Come along with me." He took him to the mirror. He pricked his hand with a sharp instrument. Blood started coming out. He said, "Look, so this proves that you are still alive." The madman laughed and he said, "This only proves that my statement was wrong. Dead men do bleed." It becomes so impossible to pull them out. And the same is the case with you. As far as Buddhas are concerned, the same is the case with you. To pull outside your minds, to help you to climb out of your dreams, it is really difficult. Hypnosis tries one method, but that is not the method of the Buddhas. It gives you another dream, maybe a better one, a little more sophisticated, little less dangerous, less harmful, more beneficial, but a dream is still a dream. Whether you dream of poison or of nectar does not really make much difference. At least it makes no difference to the man who has become awakened. Ordinarily, it will make a difference. A man who believes that he is drinking poison will always remain ill. The man who thinks that he is drinking nectar will always look healthy, joyful. Yes, in the ordinary way, there is a difference. Hence, hypnosis has a limited utility. If you cannot be pulled out of your dreams, at least you can be helped to move from nightmares to sweet dreams. That's the function of hypnosis. After being troubled with recurring headaches, for which her doctor could not find the cause, Jean decided to consult a hypnotist. Amazingly enough, after 2 treatments, the headaches disappeared. Her husband Ben was intrigued and asked how the cure had been effected. Jean said, well, all I had to do was to put my hand over my forehead and repeat several times, I have no headache, I have no headache. Some months later, Ben was aware that he was losing interest in the physical side of marriage and decided to consult the same hypnotist for help. He did so, and the result was amazing. Jean was ecstatic and asked how it had been accomplished, but Ben refused to tell her. Finally, one night, Jean noticed that Ben was staying in the bathroom for an inordinate length of time before coming to bed. She tiptoed to the bathroom door and peeped through the keyhole, hand over his forehead, and his lips were moving. Putting her ear to the keyhole, she heard him murmuring, she is not my wife, she is not my wife. Now this is creating a new conditioning. You are getting from one prison into another. Maybe a better prison with more facilities. But a prison is a prison after all. And Buddhas want you to be free of all prisons. Do not live in the world in distraction and false dreams outside the law. Arise and watch. Follow the way joyfully through this world and beyond. You can see that how Buddha has been misunderstood. You will not find Buddhist bhikkhus joyful, not at all. Very sad, somber, living almost hopelessly in despair. They can't find anything to be joyful about because from the very beginning they have gone on a wrong track. Buddha says, arise and watch. How to get out of the mind and its distractions and dreams? Arise and watch. Wake up and watch. Watch your minds. What it goes on doing to you. How it plays games with you. How it goes on and on creating new illusions for you, new hopes for you. Buddha is not saying become hopeless. He is not saying fall into despair. Because that is again a mind strategy. The despair, the anguish, the anxiety. The escape is again a mind game. You are worldly, the mind says there is nothing in the world. Listen to the Buddhas. Escape from the world. Go to the Himalayan caves. And everything will be perfectly right. In this world, nothing can ever be right. Now the mind is giving you a new projection, a new project. Buddha says, don't follow the mind. Detach yourself from the mind. See the mind separate from yourself, playing around, creating new games, alluring ones, enchanting ones, in which you can be caught again. Follow the way joyfully. And if you are really following the awakened ones, you will follow joyfully. Because a man without distractions and dreams is naturally joyful. Not that he has something to be joyful about. Not that he has attained great money, power, prestige, or the power to do miracles, the power to walk on water and cure the blind people and help the dead to be alive again. No, he has no reason to be joyful. But just because all the distractions of the mind have disappeared, the energy involved in the distractions is released. That energy is joy. William Black is right. He says, energy is delight. William Black has many beautiful insights. He is one of the greatest poets the West has produced. Just few steps more, and he would have been an enlightened person. These two poets, Walt Whitman and William Black, they could have been rishis, seers. Just few steps, maybe only one step, a little jump, but they had come very close to the boundary of realization. William Black says energy is delight. He is right. This is a great revelation. It can't be said without experiencing it somehow, in howsoever a small measure. Your joy is always cast from the outside. You have won a lottery and you are joyful. You have purchased a house you have been longing for many years and you are happy. You have found the woman that you had desired and you are happy. But these are momentary happinesses. After 2-3 days the house will be old, and after a few days the woman will look ordinary. How long one can remain interested in a woman or in a man? Because these are superficial attractions. Sooner or later, the reality will be revealed. The Nazi leader Goring was seated next to a fine blonde Aryan Fräulein at a very important state dinner. During dessert, he began feeling her leg under the table. As his hand moved up her thigh, he heard a hoarse masculine whisper, "Don't be surprised when you get to my balls. I am secret agent X7. what things appear from the outside is one thing. What you will find inside is totally different. You may have fallen in love with a secret agent. Everybody is in for a surprise. not forget this world. He says, through this world, if he was in favor of renouncing the world, then what is the point of saying through this world? He is not saying that renounce the world. Renounce the mind. And the world is renounced. You live in the world and yet you remain untouched by it. And a great joy arises in you. A great laughter, a great love. And you will be able to carry this love, this joy, this dance to the other soul. Because it is something that is happening inside you, is not dependent on outside causes. It is not caused by anything. Remember, one of the fundamentals unaware of your mind. It can give you great illusions. It can make things appear as they are not. And it can help to see things as they are not. The mind is very inventive. The mind has only one power, that of dreaming. In the daytime it dreams, then it dreams through words, language. And in the night it dreams, then it dreams in pictures. And there are two types of people. Few people dream in black and white, and few people dream in technicolors. The people who dream in technicolors can become poets, painters, sculptors. They can be very artistic. They need not have to depend on drugs. Their minds supply mescaline and LSD. Their body chemistry is enough to create psychedelic trips for them. But there are other people who only deal in black and white. Those people are the scientists, businessmen, bankers, calculative people, mathematicians. But whether you dream in black and white or in colors, it does not matter. A dream is a dream. Beware of the dreams and watch your dreams day in, day out, because they are continuously there. You can watch them, and by watching them you will become unidentified with them. You will become a mirror reflecting them, and this brings great freedom. Freedom from dreams is freedom from the world. Come, consider the world a painted chariot for kings, a trap for fools. It is the same world. For the meditators, for the kings, it is a painted chariot. Buddha is not saying anything against the world, simply describing its truth. And for the fools, it is a trap. It depends on you. They had been married that afternoon in Minneapolis and journeyed to the distant city of St. Paul, where they had a room at a downtown hotel. Night had fallen and the bride had already donned the beautiful silken nightie reserved for this occasion and was lying voluptuously upon the bed. For over an hour now, the groom, still fully dressed, had been gazing out the open window into the darkness. Impatiently, Gladys addressed him. "Why don't you undress, dear, and come to bed?" "Never mind me," he replied. "Go ahead and go to sleep. My mother told me this would be the most wonderful night I would ever see, and I don't want to miss a single minute of it." Now, how you are going to interpret the Buddhas in the world of your unconsciousness? Everything is distorted. You impose your ideas. You color. You distort. You manage to believe in whatsoever you want to believe. Otherwise, it is a simple fact. If you look at the world, if you look at yourself, if you look at people, if you look at your life, your past, it will not be very difficult to find that 99% of it is just dreaming. Only 1% is true. And because of this 99% dreaming, you are not able to find that 1%. And only that 1% is substantial, all else is shadow. That 1% is truth, all else is untruth. That 1% can save you, can become the boat to the other source. As the moon slips from behind a cloud and shines, so the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines. What is ignorance in Buddha's idea? Not the lack of information, but the lack of attentiveness. This sutra also has created great trouble, because the Buddhist bhikkhu thinks that to come out of ignorance he has to become very knowledgeable. So he ponders over the scriptures for years. He goes on repeating scriptures upon scriptures. And there are many scriptures. In fact, Buddhism is the richest religion in that sense. Buddhism has near about 60,000 scriptures. Christianity is very poor, just the Bible. Mormonism is very poor, just the Quran. Buddhism has so many scriptures that one can go on wasting many lives pondering over them. And yet, that is not Buddha's meaning. When he says, the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines, he is saying, it is not a question of gaining more information. It is a question of becoming more conscious, more alert, more attentive. But these people, the pundits, the scholars, they can always find reasons, proofs, arguments to support themselves. All their arguments are stupid. Once I was staying with a Buddhist monk. He was reading Lankavatara Sutra, one of the very famous Buddhist scriptures. I asked him how long he has been reading it. He said, for 20 years this has been my everyday practice. I cannot live without it. This is my food, my nourishment. This is my soul. I asked him, but you don't seem yet to have become a Buddha. I don't see any light in your eyes, any silence around you. I can't smell any fragrance. 20 years you have been trying to dispel ignorance by knowledge. And Lankavatara Sutra is a beautiful scripture. But it is like a painted lamp. You can go on worshipping the painted lamp for 20 years or 20 centuries. It is not going to dispel darkness. A real lamp is needed. One has to become conscious inside. But he started arguing, giving so many reasons. His first argument was this, which is absurd to all outsiders, but this is how it happens. The insiders think this is a great argument. He had 2 disciples with him. They said, right, this is a beautiful argument. The first sutra says that those who will read this sutra are bound to become liberated. He said, look, the sutra itself says that those who will read this sutra are bound to become liberated. I said, this is foolish. It is like I have heard Mullah Nasruddin one day declared into the marketplace that my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. People gathered. They knew his woman, his wife, perfectly well. She was an ordinary, homely woman. And here he is declaring that she is the most beautiful woman of the world. They said, Mullah, who has given you this information? He said, who else? My wife herself. Just the last night she told me. Now, quoting the sutra itself in its favor, scholars are cunning people. In Indian scriptures, this is always done. First, they will praise the book, so much so that if you read it once, you will be liberated. Even a single word of it heard is enough for liberation. Now they are persuading your greed, seducing your greed. They will relate old stories that one man who heard this sutra at his deathbed went directly to heaven. Another who was ill heard this sutra, became healthy. Another who was poor heard this sutra, became rich. This sutra is so precious that it gives in this world and the other both. Every sutra, every scripture, it starts this way. This is nothing but salesmanship. and rationalization. The husband wired home that he had been able to wind up his business trip a day early and would be home on Thursday. When he walked into his apartment, however, he found his wife in bed with another man. Furious, he picked up his bag and stormed out. He met his mother-in-law on the street, told her what had happened, and announced that he was filing suit for divorce in the morning. Give my daughter a chance to explain before you take any action, the older woman pleaded. Reluctantly, he agreed. An hour later, his mother-in-law phoned the husband at his club. I knew my daughter would have an explanation, she said, with a note of triumph in her voice. She did not receive your telegram. The mind is very cunning. Unless you are really watchful, you are bound to be trapped by it. This world is in darkness. How few have eyes to see. How few the birds who escape the net and fly to heaven. Very rare. It is very rare to find a man who has eyes to see, and very rare a man who has got back his wings and can fly to the ultimate. This world is in darkness, and the darkness is created by our unconsciousness. It is not part of the world, it is projected by us. How few have eyes to see. It is really very rare. Hence, in the old days, people used to travel far and wide to seek somebody who has eyes. They will knock on many doors before they will come upon the right door. They will listen to many teachers before they will find a master. And once they used to find a master, that was the end of their journey. Then they will become involved, committed. Then they will devote their whole life and their whole energy into the work. Again, something like it is happening in the world. People have started looking for masters. And when you look for masters, remember, out of 199 will be false. And the false will appeal you more than the real one, because the false will speak your language, and the false will try to convince you, argue. The false will quote scriptures. The false will console you. They will try to convince you. They will give you beliefs. And the real is going to be hard. Many people knocked on George Gurdjieff's door and escaped from the man because he seemed to be so cruel. He was immensely compassionate, but because of his compassion, he had to be hard. Otherwise, people cannot be awakened. When you want to wake up a man, you don't go and sing a lullaby by his side. You have to shake him. You have to throw ice cold water into his eyes. And of course, it looks cruel. He may be having sweet dreams, and you are throwing cold water into his eyes. A real master is hard. A real master is always watching for the right moment when to hit you, when to hammer you. And he is trying to find the weakest point in you so that you can be exposed easily, exposed to yourself. Because if you are not alert of your own weaknesses, of your own limitations, you cannot grow. A real master gives you growth, gives you wings, but takes away many things. All the rocks hanging around your neck, he takes them away. Although you think they are diamonds, great diamonds. He takes your chains away, although you think they are your securities. He takes all your conceptions, beliefs away, and you think those beliefs and conceptions are great knowledge. You have been bragging about them. He takes many things away from you which you have always cherished and thought are great treasures. He looks hard. And he gives you something of which you have no taste up to now. He gives you something very unknown and takes all that is known to you. He looks cruel. Many people come to me. Very few courageous ones are going to stay with me. The cowards will escape. They will find many rationalizations. One coward yesterday wrote a letter to me. I will not tell you his name because he is a new one and it is not right to hit him so hard, so immediately. He wrote a long letter. That you talk about freedom, that you talk about love, that you talk about how to get rid of churches, beliefs, rituals. I want to become a sannyasi, but I don't want to wear orange because this is a ritual. And this is again a bondage. This is again fettering me. This is again a chain. He does not know what it is. Because one can know it only by entering into sannyas. No outsider can know what it is. And no insider can explain it to the outsider. It is not explainable. No lover can explain about love to somebody who has never loved. No man who has eyes can explain to the blind man what light is. What really he is trying is protecting his ego but he is not aware of that. Sannyas is dropping your ego. Yes, by dropping your ego you become free. Freedom means egolessness. And the orange clothes and the mala and meditation, he says, these are the three fetters you are giving to your sannyasins. These are not fetters. These are just indications from the sannyasin that he is ready to take the plunge into the unknown. A simple gesture that he belongs to me. A simple gesture that now if I want to do something to him, he is ready. Orange has no other meaning. It is just a statement from your side that you are even ready to look crazy for me. That's all. It is a love affair. And if you are not even capable of looking crazy for me, then it will be difficult, because later on more and more surrenders will be needed. And ultimately when you will drop your mind, it will look like insanity. In the beginning it looks like insanity. Ultimately it proves to be the only sanity in the world. But that is only later on when the mind is dropped. Now the mala around your neck with my picture. It makes you look silly. It is not a fetter. It is simply your readiness. You say, okay, if you say this has to be done, I am ready to do this. And if you think even meditation is a chain, a prison, then why you want to become a sannyasin at all? And the man seems to be very clever in his foolishness. A long letter, and he concludes the letter that if whatsoever I say is right, you need not answer. If what I say is wrong, then too there is no need to answer. Then why write it to me? Why waste my time reading the whole letter? If it is right, please don't write to me. If it is wrong, what is the need to write it to me? If you know already that you are right, there is no need to be here. And if you know that you are wrong, then take a jump. Then seek and search for that which is right. Yes, I am all for freedom. But I don't mean by freedom what you mean. You mean freedom of your ego, and I mean freedom from the ego. That's how things go continuously distorted. Swans rise and fly toward the sun. What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. Be ready. Kabir's statement is worth remembering. He says, Hansa Ulchal Vades. O great swan, let us fly to our real land. The swan is a symbol in the East of purity because it is so white. And the swan is also the symbol of purity because it lives in the deepest mountains in the Himalayas. It drinks the purest of water. There is a lake in the Himalayas, Mansarovar. It must be the most pure water in the world because the air is absolutely unpolluted. Rarely a man reaches there. Very rarely, once in few years' time, a man reaches. The journey is long, arduous, dangerous. Swans live on that lake. Only when it is too cold and the lake becomes frozen, they come to the plains. Otherwise, they remain there. That is their original land. Once the winter is gone, they start flying back to the Himalayas. The swan is a symbol that this world is not our home. This muddy pool of water is not our real home. We belong to some other world. The world of Himalayas, of virgin peaks, of purest of lakes. We belong to Mansarovar. Don't forget. Don't become too much involved in the muddy water of this pool. Remember, go on remembering your real home. Buddha also uses the same symbol. Swan, rise and fly toward the sun. What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. If you scoff at heaven and violate the law, if your words are lies, where will your mischief end? Beware of yourself. The fool laughs at generosity. The miser cannot enter heaven, but the master finds joy in giving, and happiness is his reward. Don't be a miser. Share your love, share your joy, share your dance. This is the way of my sannyasin, and this is what Buddha wanted, but his followers never followed him. And more, far greater than all the joys of heaven and of earth, greater still than dominion over all the worlds, is the joy of reaching the stream. That is a Buddhist expression, reaching the stream. Buddha says coming to a master is reaching the stream. Getting involved with the master is entering the stream. And once you have entered the stream, you can relax. You can go with the stream. The stream is already going to the ocean. Be part of a master, and your journey, real journey, has started. Now you are on the way towards the ultimate ocean, the ocean of joy, of peace, of silence, of truth. What other religions call God, Buddha calls Nirvana, the ocean of enlightenment. Enough for today.
That's Hidemoto Musashi. He's who wrote the Book of Five Rings. This is a famous Japanese samurai. Do you know who he is?
Why is getting your show so popular? Is it all hype, or is there something deeper? What follows is a thorough breakdown of every principle I see contained within the book. I struggle to call this a summary, as it's almost as long as the book itself. Maybe we can call it a meditation, as that word does well with the algorithm. Now, Gorin no Sho was written in 1645, in a land, language, and culture worlds apart from my own. In summarizing it, some of my own worldview unavoidably comes through. So if you're ever in doubt about the veracity of something, go back and check the original to make your own mind up. The translation I used was by Alexander Bennett. That said, I have genuinely tried not to distort the meaning. It's easy to get carried away in such summaries and begin talking of crushing your business rivals, or seeing Dave from sales driven before you and hearing the lamentation of his women, but I have done my best to avoid this. At times I do offer some suggestions for how Musashi's words can be applied to the 21st century, but hopefully when I do, it's clear these are my own thoughts and not those of a 17th century samurai. You can take them or leave them.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall, peacemakers, risked.
Musashi structures his book in 5 scrolls, or rings, represented by the elements earth, water, fire, wind, and ether. Very broadly, these denote grounding, adaptability, combat, perception and practicality, and transcendence. My summary reorders the concepts from each of these scrolls, allowing those with strong connections to flow on from one another. I've marked all concepts and quotes with an elemental marker to indicate their source. With disclaimers and throat clearings out the way, let's begin. What follows are the principles of Musashi's way. 1. Generality across disciplines. Having attained the essence of the way of combat strategy, I practice the disciplines of many arts without the need of a teacher in any of them. While there are many arts, each with their own skills, there is a broad way which is applicable to all. Mastering the broad principles associated with this way allows one to excel across the board. To know one way in the broad sense means you will find commonality in all of them. Therefore, acquaint yourself with all arts, know the ways of all vocations. I teach that the warrior must practice his craft in such a way that it is practical and functional in all things and at all times, for this is the true way of combat strategy. In addition, good strategy is generally applicable on all scales, large and small. Although the principles I outlay here are explained from the perspective of individual combat, it is important that they be interpreted as equally pertinent to battles between armies of 10,000 men. In this sense, the way Musashi teaches is not something confined to the training hall. It encapsulates all elements of life all the time. As such, mastery is a continuous practice. You become what you continually do. So, to become masterful, you must practice mastery at all times, not just during training. You need to live it. The mindset in the way of combat must be no different from one's normal state of mind. In the course of your daily life and when engaged in strategy, there should be no change whatsoever in your outlook. This means your mindset, focus and drive should be the same in everyday life as during training or combat. With all martial art postures, it is essential to maintain a combat posture in your everyday life and an everyday posture in combat. One mindset for this is to view the universe itself as a constant sparring partner. It tries to throw things in your path to disrupt you and spark mental resistance. This can happen at any time and at any place, so you must constantly be on your guard against it. But do not read into this that you should be agitated or aggressive. Always maintain correct mental and physical posture. On physical posture, Musashi says, the line of your head and nose should be straight, with the chin protruding slightly. The neck is upright, with the nape tense, shoulders lowered, back straight, backside in, and with the feeling that your whole body, from the shoulders down, is a solid entity. Push down from the back of your knee to the tips of your toes, and thrust your abdomen slightly forward, so that your lower back does not stoop. Modern research has demonstrated how conscious adjustments to physical posture can directly influence mental well-being. Considering the sedentary life many of us now lead, this feels very relevant. Our mental posture, Masashi says, your mind should be expansive and direct, devoid of tension, but not at all casual. Staying centered is a popular term in usage today. It is echoed in Masashi's writings when he advocates for a balance between high spirits and relaxation. He cautions against being driven by emotional states, but equally against relaxing to the point of lethargy. Keep your mind centered, not leaning too much to one side, swaying serenely and freely so that it does not come to a standstill in moments of change. Both the high-spirited mind and the lethargic mind are signs of weakness. Masashi's view is compatible with the Stoic sense of acknowledging events for what they are and choosing how to react, rather than being driven by emotion. Such behavior requires control over your spirit. A warrior obviously needs spirit, but Masashi believed control over it was equally as important. Forge a spirit that seeks victory through the application of strategic wisdom. He dedicates entire sections in a few of his books to discussing shouting as a form of intimidation. However, he also mentions it is not something to be done at all times. To shout at your opponent does not mean that you are yelling all the time. The important point is that one's spirit should not be unbounded, but rather marshaled and directed like any other force. There are times to present a calm spirit to draw an enemy in. Keep perfectly composed as you present him with a feigned sign of weakness. And times to explode, to overwhelm them. Another way is to free your mind with the sole intention of routing the enemy from start to finish, and win with a spirit brimming with energy. You must have both this and the strength of mind to rein it in. Properly engaged, spirit alone can crush an opponent before an engagement begins, overwhelming them mentally and cowing them into submission. Beat them just by looking with your eyes. With your spirit attuned to the way, you will triumph over the enemy with your mind. Shout down the enemy's vitality. What's more, when an enemy falters, it is important to crush their will to fight before you consider them beaten. Raise the enemy's spirit by ripping it apart so that he is defeated beyond doubt. Take care to confirm this, and this can be accomplished by the use of a sword, with the body, or with the mind. There is not only one way to achieve this. If he is not pulverized, his spirit will remain.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what I'm talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Get more with Geico.
I love it so much when dogs are excited to see me. Throughout the years,
Naturally aligned with this is the principle of belief in yourself, seeing yourself as strong and capable of winning, never contemplating defeat. To crush is to see your opponent as weak and yourself as strong and smashing him to bits. In large-scale strategy, irrespective of their number, the enemy will show their vulnerability if they hesitate or are disoriented. At this point, crush the enemy from the top down. Overwhelm them with a burst of energy, as if to push them back and obliterate them. Consider how this relates to modern sports science and practices of visualizing success to improve physical performance. A recognition of the connection between mind and body is only something that has recently returned to Western thought. Masashi goes on to point out that such a spirit is the only viable way to defeat multiple opponents. It's not feasible to defeat them conventionally. Rather, you should begin by attacking the strongest on one side, then, as he is pushed back, alternate to attacking the strongest on the other. Show no intention whatsoever of retreat, and use an overwhelming spirit to force them into submission. When fighting alone against several opponents, do not try to defeat each side. When the enemy is pushed back in one direction, turn and attack the strongest opponent on the opposite side. Sensing the cadence of your opponents, move as if zigzagging your way down a path from left to right according to their reaction in a rhythm that suits you. After determining the condition of your enemies, disappear among them and strike with no intention whatsoever of pulling back. Such a spirit requires not only absolute confidence in yourself, but also an absolute commitment to any task once engaged. Commit with single-minded resolve to follow through to your mark and attack without deviating. For example, even if you have to deflect the whole world, the flight of your sword must not diverge from its path. Purge yourself of fear. This implies always holding the intention of success. From a Stoic perspective, we are not always in control of outcomes, but we are in control of our intentions. And, surprise, surprise, intending to succeed makes us more likely to. Bizarrely, it's easy to slip into the habit of never committing and almost planning to fail, either due to low spirits or just to avoid ridicule. If you never try after all, you can't be accused of failing. Unfortunately, starting with the expectation of failure leads to weak, non-committal action. So do not set out to lose. In the words of Masashi, the way of my school is to win no matter what. Of course, we're not in a life and death situation. You do need to temper this mentality with a degree of common sense, not to mention morality. But the notion of steadfastly holding the intention of success should not leave you. This leads on to the importance Masashi placed on maintaining focus. Do nothing which is of no use is an oft-repeated line associated with Masashi, seen to epitomize his unwavering commitment to focus. It is actually from his Dokodo, however it does neatly represent a thread of the Book of Five Rings. Avoiding everything which is of no use is likely an impossible target to truly achieve, but the point is to stay vigilant against wayward action, knowing that even one such case can lead to a lifetime of bad habits. What differentiates this way from others is the intrinsic risk that an error of judgment or a moment of confusion will plunge you into bad habits. Such errors of judgment can propagate and compound over time, all the while you mistakenly believe you are being disciplined. It's only after some time and when compared against the straight path that the true degree of the error becomes apparent. Wayward spirit. You may believe that you are practicing your discipline conscientiously and are on the right path, but you will deviate from the true way if your mind wanders. Departure from the truth becomes apparent when observed from the straight path. Masashi's approach was not to even contemplate wayward action as an option, to put all such considerations out of his mind. When something is not an option, it cannot tempt you. Think never to veer from the way. Train unremittingly in the way. The warrior must seek to put the way into practice each hour of every day, without tiring or losing focus. In modern life, we have more opportunities than ever for wayward action. Having them around and attempting to resist them makes life more difficult than it need be. It is easier to maintain focus if you remove distractions entirely. In doing so, you no longer need to resist them. Delete social media. Throw away unhealthy food. Downgrade to a dumb phone. Put money in a locked savings account, etc. Such actions allow you to remain focused on what truly matters. It does, however, require directness of intention and practicality over form. The direct path is the soul of combat. Without the mind of direct path, your swords will be lifeless.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape compass.
The principle of knowing your goal and heading directly towards it is fundamental to Masashi's way. It constitutes a large portion of his criticism of other schools and is decidedly summed up in the line, "Take hold of your sword with the intention of cutting the enemy." One might think this to be rather obvious. What else would I head toward, you might say, than my goal? But in practice, it's easy to either lose sight of your goal or become fixated on the intermediate steps rather than their intended purpose. For example, in adopting a combat stance, it is easy to fixate on it and forget that it should only serve as an aid to your true purpose of cutting the enemy. When assuming any of the stances, do not dwell too much on what it is. Think only of cutting the enemy. Masashi referred to this specific case as stance, no stance, the idea being that while stances existed and were important, they were not where your focus should lie. You must not focus your mind on assuming a particular fighting stance. This is why I teach there are stances, but there is no stance. The concept, however, extends to everything. All stages of a sword fight are in service of cutting the enemy, and obsession over any other part, even the art of striking itself, is distraction. If you become obsessed with the act of parrying, slapping, striking, sticking to or pressing your opponent's weapon, the subsequent strike will lack vigor. The principles of heading directly toward a goal and staying focused on it rather than its intermediate steps are clearly transferable to modern life. You have only to replace adopting stances with clearing emails to see an example of it, granted with a less morbid end goal. In fact, one could make the case that since the general complexity of the systems and organizations we operate in today has increased, it's both harder to maintain focus and easier to hide our lack of progress from ourselves and others when we don't. Generally, any work which doesn't directly move us towards a goal can be thought of as busy work. Examples include emails, to-do lists, meetings, research, planning, filing, and tidying. Such things do occasionally need to get done, but indulging in them amounts to procrastination, as it usually means we're prioritizing comfortable but unimportant tasks over hard but important ones. It is illogical to dwell on small, weak techniques as you prepare yourself to slay an enemy. Small techniques are particularly inappropriate when you are suited in armor. In both combat and work, we should instead prioritize function over form, and do what works over what is correct or clever. Again, this sounds simple, but the mechanisms by which we undermine ourselves are numerous. Ego can mean we focus on form over function to try and look good. An example of this would be pretentious emails and meetings. Reverence can mean we respect an art too much to question the functionality of a form. Think martial arts or the following of any guru. And ignorance can sometimes mean we simply don't know the purpose of a form and so can only mimic it. This last mechanism can be seen in creators mimicking the long intro styles of TV broadcasts without realizing such frivolities serve no purpose online. Once any of these practices become ingrained, tradition and habit can mean they never get changed, with the form of things like recurring meetings and TPS reports carrying on long after their function has entirely vanished. It is bad to inhibit yourself and settle on a set stance. Finally, sometimes the sheer overwhelming complexity of a project can mean we just lose track of our purpose. An example of this would be an entrepreneur concerning themselves with the form and accoutrements of starting a company rather than the product they're bringing to market. In all cases, a form is established to serve a function, but over time, focus shifts onto the form and the function becomes lost. Maintaining focus and remembering to question the function of things can counteract this. Ironically, though, questioning everything can be just as paralyzing as questioning nothing, so this very form of constant questioning must itself be tempered with practicality in mind. Musashi's mantra of "take hold of your sword with the intention of," considered before every major action, could perhaps serve as a nice grounding method to do this. With directness in mind, Musashi offered his one-count strike.
30 seconds left on the clock. Dad lines up the shot.
Better not miss this time. He's missed the last 10 times.
What's going on in here?
Championship.
Well, at least the best seat in the house is...
Strike. Take him with a single blow off the mark before he has time to contemplate drawing his sword, change his stance, or launch an attack. This strike aims to end engagements before they begin. It encapsulates the idea of directness and not overcomplicating, as well as the control over spirits necessary to obscure one's intention. The striking rhythm called one count, Itsubyoshi, is to not let your will manifest in your body and mind, and strike from the void. The principle of immediate action can be extended to modern life with respect to our natural tendency to overwork solutions and balloon projects out of proportion. A famous entrepreneurial refrain from Peter Thiel goes, "If you have a 10-year plan of how to get somewhere, you should ask, why can't you do this in 6 months?" You could also consider the value of channeling your spirit such that you strike and complete tasks without feeling the need to first announce your intentions to the world. The principle being judged by your actions rather than your words. Implied within the word of strike is the importance of not overcomplicating. There are just 5 sources, and mastering them is enough for success. Practicing these 5 techniques, though, each day, and honing your skills in the fray, will lead to certain victory. The point here is that while many sciences exist, there are all variations of the fundamental fact, and by grasping and winning these 5, you will gain victory. By attentively studying these 5 exterior forms, you will grasp your own sword pathway, and will learn to deal with all manner of attacks thrown at you by the enemy. Appreciate that there are no other forms in Nico apart from these 5. Be sure to drill yourself in them. This principle of simplicity can be applied to individual arts such as sword fighting, or extended to life in general. Whatever the level of detail, the concept is there are usually a few fundamental forms from which more advanced techniques derive, and which, if mastered alone, will lead to success. That being the case, do not become distracted researching special techniques or forms when you're not a master of the fundamentals. Do not overcomplicate. As an example, in strength training, the bench press, deadlift, squats, shoulder press, and pull-ups are sometimes referred to as the Big 5. The number 5 is incidental, but the point is the same. A small core set of compound lifts can deliver most of the results necessary for progress, and it's more important to dedicate time and effort to these than to researching secret techniques. Expanded to life in general, there are 4 basics to get life in order, and drilling into obscure techniques or forms tends to be a distraction. It is at once disheartening and liberating to recognize that at any time you have it within yourself to make progress, and that you are not lacking knowledge of what to do, but rather momentum in enacting it. The core basics are known to you. It's the will to action that is the challenge. Broadly, this idea bears some similarity to the modern Pareto principle. However, it's more to do with the existence of base forms upon which all other techniques are built, rather than of the diminishing returns described in 80-20. Associated with avoiding overcomplicating is the call to avoid developing teachings for their own sake. Musashi's primary criticism of other schools was that they deviated from directness and created forms, specializations, and teachings in order to justify themselves commercially. They create myriad forms for sword work, conveying the various stances as exterior and the way as interior teachings. Such schools have veered from the true path of strategy. Such inflation of techniques tends to occur as edifice is built around teachings. One starts out with the intention of studying combat, but by taking on students, one's aim morphs into running a school. Success then comes in increasing student numbers rather than perfecting the art. Today we might call this mission drift or goal displacement. Of course, it can also come about for purely commercial reasons, as Musashi says. Teaching myriad sword techniques is essentially exploiting the way as a commercial venture. By bamboozling novices with countless moves, teachers make them believe that their training method is profound. This approach to strategy should be rejected. Thinking there are assorted ways to strike a man with a sword is indicative of a confused mind. There are not so many ways to cut in the world. Real-world combat tends to serve as a corrective mechanism for hot air. Practitioners rapidly discover what does not work when their lives depend upon it, even if it's the very last thing they discover. At the time Musashi wrote his treatise, Japan had been experiencing a period of relative peace. Possibly this accounted for the rise in commercial schools, he mentions, as there were fewer corrective mechanisms to highlight their flaws. Other schools extol the virtues of their colourful, flowery techniques, like produce peddled to make a living. Is this not a deviation from the true way? An interesting parallel can be seen with the modern UFC. Prior to unrestricted combat, there was much debate around which martial art was the best, and even a certain mythical aura surrounding many of the Eastern ones. Following the UFC, the debate largely ceased. What did and did not work had been tested, and the spectrum of practical styles collapsed. In the words of Musashi, they have no validity when viewed from the perspective of worldly truth. A secondary mechanism by which false teachings can arise can be found in modern psychology. It's long been demonstrated that humans give emotional answers first, then seek to justify themselves with logical rationalizations. Now consider the topic of where to place the gaze during combat. Musashi says, certain schools maintain that the gaze should be fixed on the enemy's sword. Others teach students to focus on the hands, the face, the enemy's feet, and so on. Setting your gaze on specific points will cause uncertainty and will adversely affect your strategy. It's likely that after a lifetime of combat, a fighter learns to intuit an opponent's behavior and predict his strikes. But when asked to explain how he does so, he'll rationalize a response, such as, always fix gaze on the enemy's sword. This is in fact not how he does it, but put on the spot, it's the answer he provides, which then gets rationalized, passed on, and taught as truth. As Musashi says, he has no need to fix his gaze, as he can see what he is doing intuitively through lots of training. Likewise, in the way of combat strategy, the warrior learns, through engaging with different opponents, to determine the weight of an enemy's mind. With practice in the way, you will come to see everything, from reach to the speed of the sword. Generally speaking, fixing the gaze in strategy is to attach it to an enemy's mind. This indicates the purpose is to gaze into an enemy's mind and thereby see his intentions, but it speaks to a far more holistic manner of achieving it. Fixing the gaze is not about staring at a particular point, but about intuiting intention by staring into someone's mind. In both large and small-scale strategy, refrain from fixing your gaze narrowly. As an aside, it's possible the younger Musashi fell into this trap himself. In his 1604 treatise, Heido Kyo, he says, direct your eyes on the enemy's face. Do not focus on anything else. Since the mind is projected in facial expressions, there is no place more revealing than the face to fix one's gaze, which seems to contradict his later teaching that fixing the gaze on a point would adversely affect your strategy. It's possible the 20-year-old Musashi was repeating what he had been taught, or perhaps he developed the teaching himself, but revised it later in life. However, this is just my conjecture. The question of where to place the gaze leads on to the differentiation between observing and perceiving. Musashi differentiated looking in and looking at as two types of perception. The two approaches for observing are the eyes of Kan, looking in, and Ken, looking at. Perceive and know what cannot be seen with the eyes. Pay attention even to trifles. Elsewhere, he mentions two layers of mind as heart of perception and heart of intent. Collectively, these differentiations appear to be a recognition that there are surface-level observations of material events and intuitive observations and intense. The warrior must polish the two layers of his mind, the heart of perception and the heart of intent, and sharpen his two powers of observation, the gazes of Kan, looking in, and Ken, looking out. The art of intuiting what is occurring and seeing intention beneath events is naturally not something that can be taught through writing. As such, it is difficult to say more about the topic, other than that Masashi felt it important enough to note the distinction. In his words, it's just something you need to research well. Inability to comprehensively see the most fundamental matters will make it difficult to excel. This leads to the point that the student is at the center of any progress. There is a modern school of thought that says the teacher should take primary responsibility for the success of their students. As an ideal for teachers to aspire to, this is admirable, but from a Stoic perspective, it's also something outside of their control. While they can inspire, support, and motivate a student, the final decision to act lies with the student. In the words of Masashi, the teacher is the needle and the student the thread. What's more, even if you're in full-time education, the majority of your time is still spent outside of school. So, the greater part of your opportunity for progress lies in your own time. It is difficult to write about such matters in detail. Read what I have outlined here, and find ways to work it out for yourself. However, if a book simply tells you to go away and research things yourself, what use is it? While intuition cannot be taught, areas where learning can be found can be pointed out, and the individual can then seek it there for themselves. It's analogous to a map indicating where treasure is to be found, or in Masashi's words, what I have recorded will serve as markers for those dedicated to pursuing this way. There is also a profound necessity for humility in any perceived progress. With anything truly complex, even years of practice do not guarantee a proper understanding. Masashi offers himself as an example of this. I have devoted myself to studying the discipline of combat strategy since I was young. I remained undefeated in over 60 contests. After turning 30, I reminisced on past experiences and realized that my success could not be credited to a true mastery of strategy. Thereafter, I studied zealously from morning to night in a quest to discover the deepest principles. I was about 50 when I realized the real meaning of the way of combat strategy.
Monday.com is the best day for work. And
this naturally leads to the concept of practice over theory. 1,000 days of training to forge, 10,000 days of training to refine. Nearly all progress comes through practice, and throughout the book, Masashi ends passages with the line, "You must research this well," reinforcing the point that theory alone is only ever directional. It can point the way, but not grant a full understanding. It is impossible to grasp the 5 exterior forms through simply reading about them. You must embody the movements by actual practice with swords. Personally, I feel this holds true even for theoretical disciplines such as maths and physics. Many times reading a textbook, I have felt I understood a topic, only to be humbled when I tried to do the calculations. At the end of the day, it's only through real-world practice that you come to practically understand things. Physical training must also be done to the point that in pressing situations, your conscious mind is no longer involved, and your hands and body act by themselves. Masashi refers to this as no thought, no form. Today, we would call it muscle memory. Your hands will also strike spontaneously with power, speed, and no warning. This is the strike of no thought, no form, and is of the utmost importance. It is encountered often, so must be learned well. This leads to the idea that you must absorb, not just memorize. Memorizing, understanding, and absorbing are 3 distinct levels of learning. Masashi emphasizes that principles should be absorbed such that they become a part of you, not merely memorized or emulated. They need to be embodied at all times. Simply reading these scrolls will not lead you to a mastery in the way of combat strategy. Even though the concepts espoused here were written specially for you, do not think it is a matter of simply reading, learning, or emulating my instructions. Think of the principles as emanating from within your own heart, and study hard to devise ways of embodying them at all times. Obviously, this is easy to state and hard to achieve, as it is only achieved through continued practice. However, acknowledging that different levels of understanding exist is useful. Even if words are insufficient, careful contemplation should heighten an intuitive understanding of the principles I am trying to convey. Now, just as physical muscle memory can allow your hands to strike spontaneously, mental muscle memory can allow your mind to strike spontaneously. Everyone has absorbed some level of this for different areas in their lives. Most of us do not consider dropping litter, smoking indoors, or cutting in line, for example, and yet such behaviors are learned principles, not inherent ones. They make up our habits and our culture, and could be thought of as mental muscle memory, or actions you perform without mental consideration. On a more conceptual level, one may first learn, then over time embody the action of not complaining or making excuses. Such behavior starts out as a conscious, effortful choice based on an understanding of principles, but over time becomes absorbed until such principles emanate from your heart. Musashi, of course, is referring to internalizing principles of strategy and the way, not simply good habits and worldviews, but the concept remains the same. Just as muscle memory can control one's instinctive physical actions, mental muscle memory can control one's instinctive mental behaviors. But establishing such instinctive behavior requires deep absorption of the principles. It's not enough to just rationally understand them. In studying anything, you should stay mindful of not becoming the one-trick pony. You should not become overly reliant on any one weapon or technique. The warrior should avoid harboring a preference for any given weapon. Musashi pointed out that many schools promoted themselves based on their specialization with a single weapon. The longsword school, or the short sword school, for example. But he believed you should use the weapon that makes most sense, not have a bias toward a particular one. If you rely on the short sword, you become accustomed to blocking rather than seeking to win. And if you favor the longsword, then you rely on keeping your distance. With no understanding of the deeper principles of strategy, they seek to win from a safer distance with a longer weapon. This is indicative of a weak mind, and is why I see their strategies as being feeble.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall, peacemakers, risk-takers, for the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists, for long-distance love, for the far-sighted, nearsighted.
Musashi made frequent comparisons between generals and master carpenters. To continue the analogy, imagine competing schools of carpentry proclaiming themselves the school of the wood plane or the school of the claw hammer, and favoring one tool over another. Such a situation would be farcical, and perhaps conveys Musashi's frustration with martial arts schools doing the same. So, voluntarily mix things up from time to time and stay curious. If you have somehow found yourself in a situation where one technique keeps bringing you success, remember it won't always work. Eventually, conditions will change, or your opposition will adapt. Train hard now, so you're not found lacking when that occurs. When you are in a place where only a short sword is permitted, preference for a long sword will be your undoing, as it is a cop-out in strategic ability. Today, there are numerous online niches that can be exploited, and in doing so, it can feel as if you've stumbled across a secret technique for success. But such niches are also prone to vanishing overnight. As technology moves on, all the world catches up. So keep this principle in mind. With respect to combat, a special one-trick pony case to keep in mind is do not rely on speed. Too much of something is just as bad as not enough. With a fast opponent, feign an attack with your body and mind, and strike your opponent down after he responds. Considered theoretically, speed is always beneficial, but and in practice, he said it was overrated. Over-relying on anything is a risk, and just like with over-reliance on long or short swords, there are times when speed can work against you. Specifically, Masashi mentioned swampy environments tiring you out, a large-scale combat being chaotic, or times when cutting too fast can simply cause the cut to fail. If you try to cut quickly with a sword, the speed will prevent it from cutting. In the case of large-scale strategy as well, the thought of rushing things is hazardous. Speed disrupting technique is not limited to sword fighting, and the principle is nicely demonstrated in a famous video of Michael J. White and Kimbo Slice. Kimbo easily dodges Michael's fast strikes, but is left dumbstruck at being hit by the slow ones. In the video, Michael says, "See, the idea is, I'm not going straight, I'm not telegraphing." Switching the focus to speed disrupts both these things, and the strike is dodged. While this seems counterintuitive, it is a demonstration of real-world effects over theory. Interestingly, the point Seneca often made about life was that we have patience, provided we use it wisely. The consistent theme being, there is no need to rush, provided you are acting in a direct, purposeful manner. We are not given a short life, but we make it short. And we are not ill-supplied, but wasteful of it. The objection may arise, what if I maintain good technique and increase speed? And this leads on to a fascinating, if esoteric, point about rhythm. Speed in combat is irrelevant in the real way. In all such things, what is referred to as fast means the intervals are out of sync with the rhythm. And, as we'll see in part 2, maintaining rhythm is paramount. To find out why, click here. Part 2. 16. Controlling rhythm. All things have their own rhythm. Releasing an arrow, firing a gun, and even riding a horse have distinctive cadences. Rhythm must never be contravened in any of the arts. It's easy to see rhythm existing in arts like music and dance, but Masashi speaks of it existing in all things, from combat to commerce. Rhythm is also present in things that are invisible. For the samurai, there is rhythm in how he succeeds in service, or falls from grace. Rhythm for harmony and rhythm for discord. In the way of commerce, there is cadence in the accumulation of great wealth, and a rhythm for losing it. Each way has its own rhythm. Judge carefully the rhythms signifying prosperity and those that spell regression. Understanding this is quite a conceptual matter. One approach is to consider how it might apply to something you are already familiar with. There is rhythm in conversations. How they begin, how they flow, and how they end. There are conventions surrounding them, and a beat, the general energy and cadence of how they pan out. Someone stacking all their points in charisma can intuitively identify such underlying rhythms and manipulate them, directing conversations where they want. Even your artistic self might at times be able to do so. Knowing this, you could choose to disrupt a conversation's flow to muddle and wrong foot the other party, perhaps before making an important request. He may start to collapse when his rhythm becomes muddled. In fact, the verb to doorstep even means to wait at someone's door or desk so as to ambush them with your question or request. The thought being the other party is on the back foot in such an encounter and already out of rhythm. Catch him off guard by changing rhythm. Do not engage if you sense that he knows which way you're going to do. So, considered in this way, we already have some understanding of the rhythm Masashi refers to. You have only to extend your thought to see how the following might also be true. There are myriad rhythms in strategy. First, the warrior must know the cadence of harmony, and then learn that of discord. You must know the striking, interval, and counter cadences that manifest among big and small,
Okay, go ahead. Get
fast
ready to
and slow
receive.
rhythms. In combat, it is critical for success to know how to adopt the counter rhythm. You must calculate the cadences of various airs and employ a rhythm that is unexpected to you. Use your wisdom to detect and strike concealed cadences to seize victory. It's important to note that disrupting an opponent's rhythm requires more than just doing the unexpected. If you recall, Masashi referred to fast as being out of sync with the rhythm, so it's perfectly possible to become out of sync yourself by performing techniques with ego and
No, we're gonna go
what
over
is
here.
required is the adoption of a technique with a counter rhythm. You could perhaps analogize this to you still need to stay and feeds directly at the end of the but look for it and you'll see it underlying many of the techniques and strokes. For example, the two-phase traversing cadence. If the enemy parries or retreats as you are about to attack, feint a strike and then follow up with a second real cut, just as he relaxes after backing off or parrying the first attack. The cleanup initiative. Repel him with a superior intensity when he moves in to attack. He will then change the cadence of his assault. Capture the instant his rhythm changes and secure victory. Or the flowing water strike. When the enemy you face quickly tries to back away, disengages his sword and tries to press yours. At this point, inflate your form and spirit. Move forward first with your body, then with your sword, and cut him with conviction, as if you were enveloping him in torpid water. Broadly, these describe changes to the rhythm of movement at moments when the enemy is not expecting them, resulting in confusion and opportunity. One may cynically contest that this is just an over-laborious way of saying, be sure to counter your enemy's moves. Perhaps that's the case, or perhaps Musashi was pointing to a deeper truth. As always, he says, cadence cannot be mastered without substantial practice. Either way, it's pertinent to ask how such a concept can be adapted to modern life. If there are truly rhythms to everything, then you can think of them as extending from customer service situations, job interviews, business pitches, work projects, client emails, and even PTA meetings. In each case, social norms dictate preconditioned paths, with one action following the next in a recognized rhythm. Such rhythms make society safe and predictable, but can also be disrupted to create opportunity. In doing so, techniques such as silence, humor, vulnerability, directness, or even extreme generosity can all be used to break the matrix of normal rhythms to bring about novel results. The extent to which each is advisable or even moral depends on the situation, and ideally, your counter rhythm still needs to be socially acceptable, or you'll fall out of rhythm yourself. Master the conventional rhythms of combat and determine how the enemy uses his sword. You may also wish to turn the disruptive force on yourself and consider what rhythms you have settled into that can be disrupted with the counter rhythm. This can apply to bad habits, but also mindsets and moves. In this case, the opponent becomes the comfortable or complacent side of the cycle. It is important to take the initiative and take advantage of the enemy's state by distinguishing fluctuations and pinpointing the intervals of the rhythm. On the topic of disrupting an opponent, Musashi mentions, all things can be infectious. Drowsiness is infectious. Yawning, even time is communicable. This means that you can deliberately transpose negative emotions onto an enemy, then capitalize on them. You can contaminate his mind by exhibiting listlessness, hesitancy, or weakness. And as with all good strategy, it applies to all scales. In large-scale strategy, if you sense that the enemy is agitated and hesitant, pretend not to notice and take your time. Seeing this reaction, the enemy will drop their guard. With your mind set free, attack mercilessly the instant the enemy has been infected by your inaction. Optionally, you can evoke specific emotions through different styles of aggressive behavior. Irritation is evoked by assaulting aggressively when least expected, or by moving slowly and then suddenly. Agitation from threatening danger, presenting an impossible task, or by causing a sudden surprise. And fear is caused by doing the unexpected, for example, attacking the flank or shouting loudly. In the case of individual combat, it is important to beat your opponent by doing something unexpected with your body, sword, or voice to startle him. A cry is a vocalization of one's life force. But, as mentioned earlier, avoid shouting during a genuine strike. It is mostly reserved for intimidation. Do not cry out loudly as you strike with your sword. If you emit a cry during the attack, it should be low in tone and match your cadence. The most interesting of all emotions, however, is confusion. One may initially assume confusion leads to anger, and then perhaps to carelessness. However, the result is actually demoralization, apathy, and listlessness. This makes sense if you consider that, as a species, we are predisposed to look for meaning. We see shapes in clouds, patterns in numbers, and messages in tea leaves, and then we use this meaning as motivation to act. When confused, we cannot make sense of the world. Meaning is lost, and therefore so is all motivation to act. To cause confusion is to make the enemy lose heart. This concept amounts to an inversion of Nietzsche's famous line, "If we possess our why of life, we can put up with almost any how." Utterly removing the why means we cannot put up with any how. Confusion as a line of attack can be employed against individuals, groups, or even entire societies. Calculate what is going through the enemy's mind. Cause confusion among the opposing troops by making them question, here or there, this or that, quickly or slowly. The enemy is left vulnerable when their rhythm is in disarray. Any individual or group put in an extended state of confusion will ultimately collapse. Considered at the individual or personal level, you'll notice that much of your procrastination and failure to act stems either from confusion over how to act or a lack of sufficient meaning in acting. Frequently, we allow deadlines to approach or a situation to hit rock bottom before acting in order to maximize the necessity or meaning behind our acting. In psychological terms, we are maximizing the psychological valence before we act. This is obviously illogical. However, for the better part of our lives, we are not logical. We are at once both rational and irrational creatures. Considering confusion at the group level, it's worth asking to what extent Western society as a whole is affected. Many of our previous sources of meaning, such as religion and national identity, have faded due to centuries of reductive analysis, essentially reasoning them out of existence. In their place, we are left grasping for replacements, with religions giving way to political ideologies, national identities to racial and sexual ones, and local communities to online ones. Perhaps even the resurgence of Stoicism in books such as Gurino Show are themselves a manifestation of this search for meaning. Either way, judicious use of infectious behavior can aid in seizing the initiative. In its simplest sense, initiative is about performing actions which necessitate a response from your opponent. In doing so, you become proactive and they become reactive. This is paramount to the Sacred strategy and permeates his work. Taking the initiative is the key to quick victory and is thus the most crucial aspect of combat strategy. For a theoretical understanding, consider the game of chess. White moves first and can be said to start with tempo or the initiative. But assume black moves his queen to threaten white's rook, and white responds by retreating out of danger. In this case, black can be said to have seized the initiative, as he has forced a reaction out of white and gained a free mover, which he can now use to continue the chain of threatening pieces whilst developing his own. If instead white blocked the attack with a sacrificial piece like a pawn, and in doing so also threatened black's queen, then he would have maintained the initiative, as black would have been forced to react. This is initiative in its simplest game-theoretic sense. For a real-world example, study Caesar's Battle of Ilerda. Faced with a superiorly positioned but mostly passive opponent, Caesar maneuvered his smaller force to a total victory. His enemy surrendered entirely, and very few casualties were suffered on either side. It is amusing, to me at least, that two of Caesar's most famous expressions, "seize the day," and "the die is cast," are essentially verbalizations of his desire to seize the initiative and then watch the results play out. In combat, the simplest way to seize the initiative is to attack first. Musashi even favors this over a strong defensible position. It is essential in war to position your troops in the most favorable site before the battle begins. It is twice as advantageous to take the initiative and attack first, rather than wait for the enemy to do so. This extends to individual combat. Aggression and forward action are always favored. Assuming stances and passive defenses are not, as they actively surrender the initiative to the opponent. To carelessly assume a stance is a declaration of your intention to wait for the opponent to move. I am thus averse to stances if it means relinquishing the initiative. Assuming an unflinching sword stance to parry an attack is effectively the same as constructing the protective fence of pikes and glaives. When you strike the enemy, pull the fence posts out and use them as pikes and glaives. The hunch I have is that most of us view patience and the defensive stance as indicative of restraint and therefore wisdom. This bias is likely born out of watching too many kung fu movies, where the wise master contemptuously awaits his opponent's attacks and then utterly dismantles them. Despite knowing such tropes to be fanciful, we find them appealing, and so want to believe the pattern that those who attack first are the ones who lose. In reality, of course, it's the other way around. In the way of combat, it is perilous to go on the defensive in a bout by allowing yourself to be manipulated. Whatever it takes, you must be the one who dominates. Blocking his attack, deflecting his thrusts, and breaking free of his grip means that you are on the back foot in terms of combat strategy. It is also perilous to rely on counterattack, as this is essentially giving the initiative to the enemy. That said, one does not always have the chance to strike first. In such situations, Masashi mentions that it's still possible to maintain the initiative by influencing when the enemy strikes. Him with a feigned sign of weakness. Just as he gets in close, move back resolutely. This is one that's for taking the The vital point here is that while he is striking first, you are influencing when and where he strikes. Although you will not always be the first to attack, seize the initiative to control your opponent's movement. Closely aligned with this is the principle of arresting the shadow. Applying mostly to large-scale combat, this suggests clearly demonstrating your intention to disrupt your enemy's plans. This sows doubt in his mind and can cause him to hesitate, ultimately providing an opportunity to take the initiative. In large-scale strategy, the moment you recognize that the enemy is about to act, you suppress them. If you convincingly demonstrate your intent to completely stifle their assault, the enemy, being constricted, will quickly have a change of heart. You can then alter your approach to seize the initiative and defeat the enemy at will. One step on is stopping the start, where you genuinely shut down your opponent's plans, countering or cutting off every move so as not to allow them to develop. As he attacks, stop him at the A. When he leaps back, stop him at the L. When he cuts, nip it in the bud at the C. It is all done with the same line. The underlying principles behind each of these are of directing the engagement and avoiding passivity. However, these are still secondary to attacking when given the choice, as ultimately Masashi says. That said, aiming to suppress and thwart your opponent's attempts is akin to losing the initiative. So far, we have discussed things only as they relate to combat. But in day-to-day life, you've likely also heard the phrase, show some initiative. Such a phrase calls on us to make things happen rather than waiting for them, creating their own luck, so to speak. The irony is, if you remain passive and wait for luck to find you, then even if one day it does, you'll likely lack the confidence.
Let me switch it.
Psychologically speaking, any action or form of progress, regardless of size, triggers positive feelings in our mind, and your cells lead to further action, resulting in the famed upward spiral. Whereas passivity, even in the lap of luxury, leads to depression. Psychologically, though, acting early and waiting for situations to be optimal is itself optimal. It also follows that seeking passivity as an end goal is a mistake, even in the time. Rather, you want to go from one completed action to the next to stay motivated. You could think of this as akin to delivering a constant flurry of blows against life, not giving the universe itself a chance to recuperate. No respite should be given so that the enemy has no chance to make the second move. Do bear in mind, though, that the focus of maintaining the initiative is directed at your own life, not those of others. Masashi speaks in terms of combat and life and death situations, and such is always as another person. But your opponent in life is the darker side of your own mind, and it's mastery over yourself you're seeking, not over others. As Masashi would say, Victory today over the self of yesterday. With all that said, seizing the initiative against an opponent is no easy matter, and each of Musashi's techniques has in it the implicit assumption that you are actually able to discern your enemy's intention. It stands to reason that both you and the enemy are of the same mind, so taking the initiative and leading him will be difficult unless you can read his intentions. This naturally leads to the concept of becoming your enemy. To walk a mile in someone's shoes is a famous aphorism exhorting us to see things from another's perspective. In day-to-day life, this helps in understanding people. In combat, it means to foresee actions. Becoming your enemy is to put yourself in his place. But the phrase, "the grass is always greener on the other side," also reminds us that we tend to overvalue the position of others. Mentally placing yourself in their position and seeing things from their perspective lets you more evenly assess their relative strengths. Always ask yourself, if you were in their situation, would you feel confident, and what areas would worry you? We are prone to overestimating the enemy's strengths. By putting yourself in his position, however, you realize that he must feel that the whole world is against him. This also naturally encourages you to see flaws in your own plans as seen from their perspective. If you were to attack yourself, so to speak, where would you focus the attack, and which defenses would worry you? It's easy to brush past such ideas after giving them lip service. But much like the Stoic practice of negative visualization, the act of genuinely contemplating from this perspective takes serious mental effort. It's best done through focused thought. A superficial acknowledgement is not enough. On a deeper level, Musashi speaks of even viewing the enemy's troops as under your command. You can both take the initiative and accurately predict how he will react. You are effectively the one in control of his troops, not him. If you study relentlessly to build strategic wisdom, you will come to think of the enemy's troops as your own, and be able to command them to move as you see fit. A light-hearted example of this can be seen in the rivalry between Schwarzenegger and Stallone in the 80s and 90s. At one point, Arnold guided Stallone into taking on their movie, stop and retreat, by convincing him he planned to take it on himself. Then, in the words of Arnold,
"Where's the movie made into the toilet?"
In effect, when you truly know how an opponent is going to behave in response to your actions, then they cease to be the ones directing their own path. Becoming your enemy is obviously valuable in competitive arenas, but applied retrospectively and in a compassionate spirit, it can also guide us to understand actions we might otherwise see as rude, aggressive, or unpleasant. As with Marcus Aurelius' exhortation to be in the mind of the speaker. Habituate yourself not to be inattentive to what another has to say. As far as possible, be in the mind of the speaker. This all leads to the ability to recognize when you are of the same mind, and highlights the importance of adaptability and starting anew. This is important when a true impulse has been reached. Releasing beforehand is a tactic used when you and your opponent are competing with the same mind and have reached an impasse. If you sense that you are battling with the same mind, discard your current methods and employ alternate ones to seize victory. In such a situation, it is dangerous to employ the same move more than twice. It is perilous to execute the same move repeatedly in a fight. It may be unavoidable to employ a tactic twice, but never do it 3 times. If an attack is unsuccessful, keep applying pressure and try again. If it still has no effect, quickly adapt and change your approach. Adapting first aligns with seizing the initiative. If you wait for your opponents to be the one to adapt, they will be the one directing the battle, and you will be left reacting. Starting anew is a tactic used when you and your opponent are tangled in a deadlock. In such a case, you must rid yourself of prior feelings and start afresh as if doing everything for the first time. This way, you can employ a new cadence and snatch victory. One method for finding such a cadence is shifting the scale on which you're focusing. When you are fighting with subtleties, suddenly expand your mind and transform into something big. transitioning between large and small is essential in strategy.
You about to eat that one?
If, on the other hand, the enemy is not acting, and you cannot ascertain their strategy, feign an all-out assault, and they will reveal themselves. Yell A while feigning an attack to lure the opponent into making a move. The principle of being prepared to take bold actions to change the direction of an engagement or lure the opponent into making a move is important for combat. However, it can also be applied to life. As the saying goes, if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. No progress is being made for an extended period of time, you are likely regressing. In such cases, it can be advantageous just to start entirely anew. Of course, such situations do beg the question of whether what is required is adaptability or perseverance. You need to genuinely ask yourself whether you're adapting or just quitting. Broadly, the focus should be on when a true impasse is encountered. However, accurately assessing such things is what wisdom and training is all about. With this in mind, expect treacherous positions in life. Traversing problematic positions is also necessary at many junctures during a man's life. You should consider problems and treacherous positions as to be expected. Know that you may need to change direction when they occur, and that this change may take you off course. This is part of life, and why adapting is so important. Without an accompanying vessel, you must be aware of your position and ride the crosswinds or catch the tailwind. Be prepared for wind changes and to row 2 or 3 leagues the port should require. This is how one traverses perilous passages at sea. This mindset relates to overcoming problematic points in life and should be applied with due concern to the demands of the situation. This ability to accept abandoning positions and plans demands that we learn detachment from all things. In addition to detachment from material possessions, Sashi makes a point of emphasizing detachment from plans, intentions, and locations as well, because without this, you cannot truly be adaptable. For both generals and rank and file, it is harmful to entertain a strong preference for certain things. Having alternate plans is critical. Musashi lived much of his life as a ronin, a wandering masterless samurai. Such a life demanded a certain dispassion towards loss, and a supreme ability to adapt and accept constant movement. This mindset is eminently visible in multiple lines from Mr. Corver. Never let yourself be saddened by a separation. In all things, have no preferences. Be indifferent to where you live. Do not hold on to possessions you no longer need. I would suggest tempering this for your life. The Stoic perspective is that you should enjoy material possessions and the company of those close to you, but also be prepared for their loss. You should appreciate them, but not need them. To this end, negative visualization, or considering what life may be like without them, can make you both prepared for their loss and more appreciative of their presence when you do have them. Naturally, Musashi's detachment extends to life itself, and he promotes a resolute acceptance of death. This mentality is enshrined in Bushido, and not unique to Musashi. In fact, he even mentions it is by no means limited to the domain of the samurai, noting many across society would prefer death to the samurai. The same message can be heard in philosophies from around the world. However, it's usually stated with an eye to removing fear of the future, or to inspire one into action in the present, given the shortness of life. Musashi implies a further point, which is that it also allows for clarity in calculated risks that others won't take. In exercising my ideas of strategy, I have put my life on the line many times in combat. I have learned the way of the sword by risking everything in the divide between life and death. It must be reinforced this does not mean being careless with your life, but rather not allowing the fear of death to dissuade you from courageous action. It is less relevant to modern civilian life, where mortal dangers are rare in China, but you could perhaps adapt it to the notion of not allowing the risk of loss to dissuade you from courageous action. Think to yourself, who else but us can access the direct path, and I will accomplish this in time. Then throw yourself wholeheartedly into training in the ways of my school from morning to night. You will find liberation once you have mastered the skills, and will naturally gain a sublime ability pertinent to all things. This is the necessary disposition of the warrior in the art of combat. Another positive reflex is that if you're suffering now and feel you have very little to be happy for, then you also have very little to lose in taking bold actions to improve things. Nothing lasts forever, and everything is in the process of becoming something else. Take consolation that this applies to you too. Musashi's treatise closes with the book of Void, which discusses emptying your mind and lifting the clouds of confusion. Having comprehended the truth of the way, you can then let it go. You will find liberation in the way of combat strategy, and naturally attain a marvelous capacity to know the most rational rhythm for every movement. Your strike will manifest on its own and hit the target on its own. All this represents the way of ether. He makes a point of saying ether is not ignorance or lack of knowledge, and neither is it that which cannot be distinguished. People tend to mistake this notion of ether as something that cannot be distinguished, but this is not the true ether. So too in the way of combat strategy, ignorance of the laws of the samurai by those who practice the way of the warrior is not represented as emptiness. Rather, it is the point after much study where confusion lifts and everything becomes clear. True ether is where all the clouds of confusion have completely lifted, leaving not a hint of haziness. This is quite an ethereal concept, and it may be that a proper understanding of it can only be attained from a lifetime of practice. It's also worth noting that Musashi possibly didn't get to expand on the chapter as much as he would have liked, as the book is signed just 7 days before his death. He provides a warning that in following your own path you can believe you are acting rightly, but when compared with truth, the scale and reason for your departure becomes obvious. When you are impervious to the true way, faithfully following your own instead, thinking all is well, you will stray further from the truth. When the spirit is uncurled and compared with overarching universal principles, it becomes evident that a prejudiced mind and a distorted view of things have led to a departure from the proper path. The scroll ends with an exhortation to stick assiduously to the true way and observe what opens before you. Know this mind and use what is straight as your foundation. Make the sincere heart your way as you practice strategy in its broadest sense, correctly and lucidly. Ponder the ether as you study the way. As you practice the way, the ether will open before you. There is good, not evil, in the ether. There is wisdom, there is reason, there is the way. Mind empty. 12th day of the 5th month, 1645. Shinmen Musashi Genshin. Ends notes. To perish with the weapon uselessly sheathed at one's side is shameful. A notable point left from the body of this summary is that Musashi favored dual-wielding the katana and wakizashi, short sword, at the same time. First, we learn to simultaneously wield both swords in Nito and become accustomed to handling the longsword freely with one hand. Some have suggested, though, that when facing a single competent opponent, he would only use the katana. I have left a complex discussion of this out, because, while interesting, it is mostly about sword technique rather than deeper principles. If a core principle is to be gleaned from it, it's to do what works and not artificially restrict yourself, accepting that everything starts out difficult. In my school, victory must be attainable equally with both long and short weapons. That is why I have established no length for the swords we use. The way of my school is to win no matter what. In the beginning, it is challenging for everyone to brandish a heavy long sword with one hand. Everything is difficult at first. Other work. In addition to Gorin no Sho, Musashi wrote several other books. Heido Kyo, or Mirror on the Way of Combat, in 1604, aged 20. Musashi created his Enmei-ryu school after defeating the celebrated Yoshioka swordsman in a series of duels, and wrote this treatise the following year. If you're interested in precise sword-fighting techniques, then this goes into much more detail regarding stance, strikes, and distances. Gorin no Sho, by comparison, is geared more towards mentality, strategy, and pursuit of the way. Heiho Kaketsuke, or Notes on Combat Strategy, in 1638, aged 54. This was written as a technical guide and transmission license for his students. Heiho Sanjugo Kajo, or Combat Strategy in 35 Articles, in 1641, aged 57. This was written for Hosokawa Tadatoshi, lord of the Hosokawa domain in Kumamoto. As such, the tone of the text is honorific. It was also used as a transmission scroll and added to by Terao Maganojo in 1666. Goho no Tachimichi, or Five-Direction Sword Pathways, around 1643, as the original introduction to Gorin no Sho. This was written entirely in Kanbun, or Chinese script, and paid homage to Buddha, as was the convention. However, Musashi removed it from the final version, as he reportedly felt it too ostentatious. It's possible he didn't want anything superfluous in the word, as in the final introduction he mentions, "As I write this dissertation, I do not appropriate terms from Buddhist law or Confucius teachings, nor do I quote old customs from ancient war chronicles and military texts." Finally, the Dokodo, or Path Walked Alone, in 1645. 1 week before his passing at 61. He is said to have written it the day he handed Gorin no Sho to Terao Maganojo. It lists his 21 concise principles for life. Some translations give them as instructions, others as self-reflective statements. Here they are as instructions. 1. Accept everything just the way it is. 2. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. 3. Do not, under any circumstances, depend on a biased feeling. 4. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. 5. Be detached from desire your whole life long. 6. Do not regret what you have done. 7. Never be jealous. 8. Never let yourself be saddened by separation. 9. Resentment and complaint are appropriate neither for oneself nor others. 10. Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love. 11. In all things, have no preferences. 12. Be indifferent to where you live. 13. Do not pursue the taste of good food. 14. Do not hold on to possessions you no longer need. 15. Do not act following customary beliefs. 16. Do not collect weapons or practice weapons beyond what is useful. 17. Do not fear death. 18. Do not seek to possess either goods or fiefs for your old age. 19. Respect Buddha and the gods without counting on their help. 20. You may abandon your own body, but you must preserve your honor. 21. Never stray from the way. The Musashi Legend. As Einstein, Shakespeare, and Musashi have all noted, the internet attributes quotations to you that you never said. One such example following Musashi around is the line, "There is nothing outside of yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself." The Internet, circa 2020. While inspiring in its own way, this is not from Musashi. It appears only in the Steve Kaufman translation, and is likely his own interpretation of Musashi's message, rather than a translation of his writing. The concept the quote expresses is that success comes from your actions, and your decision to follow the way and dedicate yourself to training, rather than from external techniques. This is indeed consistent with Masashi's message, but presenting it as a quote or translation is clearly misleading. To further temper the legend, it's also worth noting that not all Masashi's duels were to the death. It's unknown precisely how many were, as there aren't reliable accounts of them all, but 17th century Japan was still a civil society, and people generally disfavored being killed, so some duels were done with wooden swords. Here are a few passages detailing some of the non-fatal ones, so you can be sure they existed. They are taken from the book The Complete Masashi, which is an excellent resource for further reading. When Masashi realized that Gunbei's purpose was to challenge him in a bout, he nonchalantly agreed and asked his would-be opponent to choose between live blades or wooden swords. Gunbei chose the safer option, wooden swords, but received a very bloody mouth for his troubles. From Kaijo Monogatari, 1666, paraphrased. Masashi smacked the staff-wielding Gonsuki in the head with a half-finished bow he was making. Conceding defeat, the ever-optimistic Gonsuki went on to create Shinto Muso-ryu school of staff fighting, which is still an influential tradition in stick martial arts today.
The Tao. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. 1. The Twin Verses. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, pain follows him, as the wheel follows the foot of the ox that draws the carriage. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with a pure thought, happiness follows him like a shadow that never leaves him. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will cease. For hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love. This is an old rule. The world does not know that we must all come to an end here, but those who know it, their quarrels cease at once. He who lives looking for pleasures only, his senses uncontrolled, immoderate in his food, idle and weak, Mara the tempter will certainly overthrow him as the wind throws down a weak tree. He who lives without looking for pleasures, his senses well controlled, moderate in his food, faithful and strong, him Mara will certainly not overthrow, any more than the wind throws down a rocky mountain. He who wishes to put on the yellow dress without having cleansed himself from sin, who disregards temperance and truth, is unworthy of the yellow dress. But he who has cleansed himself from sin is well grounded in all virtues, and regards also temperance and truth. He is indeed worthy of the yellow dress. They who imagine truth in untruth, and see untruth in truth, never arrive at truth, but follow vain desires. They who know truth in truth, and untruth in untruth, arrive at truth, and follow true desires. As rain breaks through an ill-thatched house, passion will break through an unreflecting mind. As rain does not break through a well-thatched house, passion will not break through a well-reflecting mind. The evildoer mourns in this world, and he mourns in the next. He mourns in both. He mourns and suffers when he sees the evil of his own work. The virtuous man delights in this world, and he delights in the next. He delights in both. He delights and rejoices when he sees the purity of his own work. The evildoer suffers in this world, and he suffers in the next. He suffers in both. He suffers when he thinks of the evil he has done. He suffers more when going on the evil path. The virtuous man is happy in this world, and he is happy in the next. He is happy in both. He is happy when he thinks of the good he has done. He is still more happy when going on the good path. The thoughtless man, even if he can recite a large portion of the law, but is not a doer of it, has no share in the priesthood, but is like a cowherd counting the cows of others. The follower of the law, even if he can recite only a small portion of the law, but, having forsaken passion and hatred and foolishness, possesses true knowledge and serenity of mind. He, caring for nothing in this world or that to come, has indeed a share in the priesthood. Two, on earnestness. Earnestness is the path of immortality, nirvana. Thoughtlessness, the path of death. Those who are in earnest do not die. Those who are thoughtless are as if dead already. Those who are advanced in earnestness, having understood this clearly, delight in earnestness and rejoice in the knowledge of the Arias, the elect. These wise people, meditative, steady, always possessed of strong powers, attain to nirvana, the highest happiness. If an earnest person has roused himself, if he is not forgetful, if his deeds are pure, if he acts with consideration, if he restrains himself and lives according to law, then his glory will increase. By rousing himself, by earnestness, by restraint and control, the wise man may make for himself an island which no flood can overwhelm. Fools follow after vanity, men of evil wisdom. The wise man keeps earnestness as his best jewel. Follow not after vanity, nor after the enjoyment of love and lust. He who is earnest and meditative obtains ample joy. When the learned man drives away vanity by earnestness, he, the wise, climbing the terraced heights of wisdom, looks down upon the fools. Serene, he looks upon the toiling crowd, as one that stands on a mountain looks down upon them that stand upon the plain. Among the thoughtless, awake among the sleepers, the wise man advances like a racer, leaving behind the hack. By earnestness did Maghavan, Indra, rise to the lordship of the gods. People praise earnestness. Thoughtlessness is always blamed. A bhikshu who delights in earnestness, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, moves about like fire, burning all his fetters, small or large. A bhikshu who delights in reflection, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, cannot fall away from his perfect state. He is close upon nirvana. Three. As a fletcher makes straight his arrow, a wise man makes straight his trembling and unsteady thought, which is difficult to guard, difficult to hold back. As a fish taken from his watery home and thrown on dry ground, our thought trembles all over in order to escape the dominion of Mara, the tempter. It is good to tame the mind, which is difficult to hold in and flighty, rushing wherever it listeth. A tamed mind brings happiness. Let the wise man guard his thoughts, for they are difficult to perceive, very artful, and they rush wherever they list. Thoughts well guarded bring happiness. Those who bridle their mind, which travels far, moves about alone, is without a body, and hides in the chamber of the heart, will be free from the bonds of Mara, the tempter. If a man's thoughts are unsteady, if he does not know the true law, if his peace of mind is troubled, his knowledge will never be perfect. If a man's thoughts are not dissipated, if his mind is not perplexed, if he has ceased to think of good or evil, then there is no fear for him while he is watchful. Knowing that this body is fragile like a jar, and making his thought firm like a fortress, one should attack Mara the tempter with the weapon of knowledge. One should watch him when conquered, and should never rest. Before long, alas, this body will lie on the earth, despised, without understanding, like a useless log. Whatever a hater may do to a hater, or an enemy to an enemy, a wrongly directed mind will do us greater mischief. Not a mother, not a father will do so much, nor any other relative. A well-directed mind will do us greater service. Or flowers. Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods? Who shall find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower? The disciple will overcome the earth, and the world of Yama, and the world of the gods. The disciple will find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower. He who knows that this body is like a froth, and has learnt that it is as unsubstantial as mirage, will break the flower-pointed arrow of Mara, and never see the king of death. Death carries off a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death subdues a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, before he is satiated in his pleasures. As the bee collects nectar and departs without injuring the flower, or its color or scent, so let a sage dwell in his village. Not the perversities of others, not their sins of commission or omission, but his own misdeeds and negligences should a sage take notice of. Like a beautiful flower, full of color but without scent, are the fine but fruitless words of him who does not act accordingly. But, like a beautiful flower, full of color and full of scent, are the fine and fruitful words of him who acts accordingly. As many kinds of wreaths can be made from a heap of flowers, so many good things may be achieved by a mortal when once he is born. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers. But the odor of good people travels even against the wind. A good man pervades every place. Sandalwood, or tagara, a lotus flower, or a vasiki, among these sorts of perfumes, the perfume of virtue is unsurpassed. Mean is the scent that comes from tagara and sandalwood. The perfume of those who possess virtue rises up to the gods as the highest. Of the people who possess these virtues, who live without thoughtlessness, and who are emancipated through true knowledge, Mara, the tempter, never finds the way. As on a heap of rubbish cast upon the highway, the lily will grow full of sweet perfume and delight. Thus, the disciple of the truly enlightened Buddha shines forth by his knowledge among those who are like rubbish, among the people that walk in darkness. The fool. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is 8 miles who is tired. Long is life to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him firmly keep to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself. How much less sons and wealth? The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Fools of little understanding have themselves for their greatest enemies, for they do evil deeds which must bear bitter fruits. That deed is not well done of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crying and with a tearful face. No, that deed is well done of which a man does not repent, and the reward of which he receives gladly and cheerfully. As long as the evil deed done does not bear fruit, the fool thinks it is like honey, but when it ripens, then the fool suffers grief. Let a fool, month after month, eat his food like an ascetic, with the tip of a blade of kusa grass, yet he is not worth the 16th particle of those who have well weighed the law. An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn suddenly, smoldering like fire covered by ashes. It follows the fool. And when the evil deed, after it has become known, brings sorrow to the fool, then it destroys his bright lot. Nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the bhikshus, for lordship in the convents, for worship among people. May both the layman and he who has left the world think that this is done by me. May they be subject to me in everything which is to be done or is not to be done. Thus is the mind of the fool, and his desire and pride increase. One is the road that leads to wealth, another the road that leads to nirvana. If the bhikshu, the disciple of Buddha, has learnt this, he will not yearn for honor. He will strive after separation from the world. Six, the wise man, Pandita. If you see an intelligent man who tells you where true treasures are to be found, who shows what is to be avoided, and administers reproofs, follow that wise man. It will be better, not worse, for those who follow him. Let him admonish, let him teach, let him forbid what is improper. He will be beloved of the good. By the bad, he will be hated. Do not have evildoers for friends. Do not have low people for friends. Have virtuous people for friends. Have for friends the best of men. He who drinks in the law lives happily with a serene mind. The sage rejoices always in the law, as preached by the elect, Arias. Well-makers lead the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Wise people fashion themselves. As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, wise people falter not amidst blame and praise. Wise people, after they have listened to the laws, become serene, like a deep, smooth, and still lake. Good people walk on whatever befall. The good do not prattle, longing for pleasure. Whether touched by happiness or sorrow, wise people never appear elated or depressed. If, whether for his own sake or for the sake of others, a man wishes neither for a son, nor for wealth, nor for lordship, and if he does not wish for his own success by unfair means, then he is good, wise, and virtuous. Few are there among men who arrive at the other shore, become arhats. The other people here run up and down the shore. But those who, when the law has been well preached to them, follow the law, will pass across the dominion of death, however difficult to overcome. A wise man should leave the dark state of ordinary life and follow the bright state of the bhikshu. After going from his home to a homeless state, he should, in his retirement, look for enjoyment where there seemed to be no enjoyment. Leaving all pleasures behind and calling nothing his own, the wise man should purge himself from all the troubles of the mind. Those whose mind is well grounded in the 7 elements of knowledge, who, without clinging to anything, rejoice in freedom from attachment, whose appetites have been conquered, and who are full of light, are free even in this world. Seven, the Venerable, Arhat. There is no suffering for him who has finished his journey and abandoned grief, who has freed himself on all sides and thrown off all fetters. They depart with their thoughts well collected. They are not happy in their abode. Like swans who have left their lake, they leave their house and home. Men who have no riches, who live on recognized food, who have perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana. Their path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. He whose appetites are stilled, who is not absorbed in enjoyment, who has perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana. His path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. The gods even envy him whose senses, like horses well broken in by the driver, have been subdued, who is free from pride and free from appetites. Such a one who does his duty is tolerant, like the earth, like Indra's bolt. He is like a lake without mud. No new births are in store for him. His thought is quiet. Quiet are his word and deed, when he has obtained freedom by true knowledge, when he has thus become a quiet man. The man who is free from credulity, but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires, he is the greatest of men. In a hamlet or in a forest, in the deep water or on the dry land, wherever venerable persons, Arhanta, dwell, that place is delightful. Forests are delightful. Where the world finds no delight, there the passionless, will find delight, for they look not for pleasures. Eight, the thousands. Even though a speech be 1,000 of words, but made up of senseless words, one word of sense is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Even though a gatha, poem, be 1,000 of words, but made up of senseless words, one word of a gatha is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Though a man recite 100 gathas made up of senseless words, one word of the law is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. If one man conquer in a battle 1,000 times 1,000 men, and if another conquer himself, he is the greatest of conquerors. One's own self conquered is better than all other people. Not even a god, a Gandharva, not Mara with Brahman, could change into defeat the victory of a man who has vanquished himself and always lives under restraint. If a man for 100 years sacrifice month after month with 1,000, and if he, but for one moment, pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years. If a man for 100 years worship Agni, fire, in the forest, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years. Whatever a man sacrifice in this world as an offering or as an oblation for a whole year in order to gain merit, the whole of it is not worth a quarter, a farthing. Reverence shown to the righteous is better. He who always greets and constantly reveres the aged, 4 things will increase to him: life, beauty, happiness, power. But he who lives 100 years, vicious and unrestrained, a life of one day is better if a man is virtuous and reflecting. And he who lives 100 years, ignorant and unrestrained, a life of one day is better if a man is wise and reflecting. And he who lives 100 years, idle and weak, a life of one day is better if a man has attained firm strength. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing beginning and end, a life of one day is better if a man sees beginning and end. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing the immortal place, a life of one day is better if a man sees the immortal place. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing the highest law, a life of one day is better if a man sees the highest law. Nine, evil. If a man would hasten towards the good, he should keep his thought away from evil. If a man does what is good slothfully, his mind delights in evil. If a man commits a sin, let him not do it again. Let him not delight in sin. Pain is the outcome of evil. If a man does what is good, let him do it again. Let him delight in it. Happiness is the outcome of good. Even an evildoer sees happiness as long as his evil deed has not ripened. But when his evil deed has ripened, then does the evildoer see evil. Even a good man sees evil days, as long as his good deed has not ripened. But when his good deed has ripened, then does the good man see happy days. Let no man think lightly of evil, saying in his heart, "It will not come nigh unto me." Even by the falling of water drops, a water pot is filled. the fool becomes full of evil, even if you gather it little by little. Let no man think lightly of good, saying in his heart, it will not come nigh unto me. Even by the falling of water drops, a water pot is filled. The wise man becomes full of good, even if you gather it little by little. Let a man avoid evil deeds, as a merchant, if he has few companions and carries much wealth, avoids a dangerous road. As a man who loves life, avoids poison. He who has no wound on his hand may touch poison with his hand. Poison does not affect one who has no wound, nor is there evil for one who does not commit evil. If a man offend a harmless, pure, and innocent person, the evil falls back upon that fool like light dust thrown up against the wind. Some people are born again. Evildoers go to hell. Righteous people go to heaven. Those who are free from all worldly desires attain nirvana. Not in the sky, not in the midst of the sea, not if we enter into the clefts of mountains, is there known a spot in the whole world where death could not overcome the mortal. Punishment. All men tremble at punishment. All men fear death. Remember that you are like unto them, and do not kill nor cause slaughter. All men tremble at punishment. All men love life. Remember that thou art like unto them, and do not kill nor cause slaughter. He who seeking his own happiness punishes or kills beings who also long for happiness will not find happiness after death. He who seeking his own happiness does not punish or kill beings who also long for happiness will find happiness after death. Do not speak harshly to anybody. Those who are spoken to will answer thee in the same way. Angry speech is painful. Blows for blows will touch thee. If, like a shattered metal plate, are gone, thou utter not, then thou hast reached nirvana. Intention is not known to thee. As a cowherd with his staff drives his cows into the stable, so do age and death drive the life of men. A fool does not know when he commits his evil deeds, but the wicked man burns by his own deeds, as if burnt by fire. He who inflicts pain on innocent and harmless persons will soon come to one of these 10 states. He will have cruel suffering, loss, injury of the body, heavy affliction, or loss of mind, or a misfortune coming from the king, or a fearful accusation, or loss of relations, or destruction of treasures, or lightning fire will burn his houses, and when his body is destroyed, the fool will go to hell. Not nakedness, not plaited hair, not dirt, not fasting or lying on the earth, not rubbing with dust, not sitting motionless, can purify a mortal who has not overcome desires. He who, though well dressed in fine apparel, exercises tranquility, is quiet, subdued, restrained, chaste, and has ceased to find fault with all other beings. He, indeed, is a Brahmana, an ascetic, Brahmana, a friar, Bhikshu. Is there in this world any man so restrained by humility that he does not mind reproof, as a well-trained horse, the whip? Like a well-trained horse when touched by the whip, be ye active and lively, and by faith, by virtue, by energy, by meditation, By discernment of the law, you will overcome this great pain of reproof, perfect in knowledge and in behavior, and never forgetful. Well makers lead the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Good people fashion themselves. (11) Old age. How is their laughter? How is their joy, as this world is always burning? Why do you not seek a light, ye who are surrounded by darkness? Look at this dressed-up lump, covered with wounds, joined together, sickly, full of many thoughts, which has no strength, no hold. This body is wasted, full of sickness and frail. This heap of corruption breaks to pieces. Life indeed ends in death. Those white bones, like gourds thrown away in the autumn. What pleasure is there in looking at them? After a stronghold has been made of the bones, it is covered with flesh and blood, and there dwell in it old age and death, pride and deceit. Brilliant chariots of kings are destroyed. The body also approaches destruction, but the virtue of good people never approaches destruction. Thus do the good say to the good. A man who has learned little grows old like an ox. His flesh grows, but his knowledge does not grow. Looking for the maker of this tabernacle, I shall have to run through a course of many births, so long as I do not find him, and painful is birth again and again. But now, maker of the tabernacle, thou hast been seen. Thou shalt not make up this tabernacle again. All thy rafters are broken, thy ridgepole is the mind approaching the eternal. The sankhara, nirvana, has attained to the extinction of all desires. Men who have not observed proper discipline and have not gained treasure in their youth perish like old herons in a lake without fish. Men who have not observed proper discipline and have not gained treasure in their youth lie like broken bones, dying after the place. Self. If a man hold himself dear, let him watch himself carefully, during one at least out of the 3 watches. A wise man should be watchful. Let each man direct himself first to what is proper, then let him teach others. Thus, a wise man will not suffer. If a man make himself as he teaches others to be, then, being himself well subdued, he may subdue others. One's own self is indeed difficult to subdue. Self is the Lord of self, to be the Lord. With self well subdued, a man finds a Lord such as few can find. The evil done by oneself, self-begotten, self-bred, crushes the foolish as a diamond breaks a precious stone. He whose wickedness is very great brings himself down to the state where his enemy wishes him to be, as a creeper does with the tree which it surrounds. Bad deeds and deeds hurtful to ourselves are easy to do. What is beneficial and good, that is very difficult to do. The foolish man who scorns the rule of the venerable, Arhat, of the elect, Araya, of the virtuous, who follows false doctrine, he bears fruit to his own destruction, like the fruits of the Pitaka reed. By oneself, the evil is done. By oneself, one suffers. By oneself, evil is left undone. By oneself, one is purified. Purity and impurity belong to oneself. No one can purify another. Let no one forget his own duty for the sake of another's, however great. Let a man, after he has discerned his own duty, be always attentive to his duty. 13. The world. Do not follow the evil law. Do not live on in thoughtlessness. Do not follow false doctrine. Be not a friend of the world. Rouse thyself. Do not be idle. Follow the law of virtue. The virtuous rests in bliss in this world and in the next. Follow the law of virtue. Do not follow that of sin. The virtuous rests in bliss in this world and in the next. Look upon the world as a bubble. Look upon it as a mirage. The king of death does not see him, who thus looks down upon the world. Come, look at this glittering world like unto a royal chariot. The foolish are immersed in it, but the wise do not touch it. He who formerly was reckless and afterwards became sober brightens up this world like the moon when freed from clouds. He whose evil deeds are covered by good deeds brightens up this world like the moon when freed from clouds. This world is dark. Few only can see here. A few only go to heaven, like birds escaped from the net. The swans go on the path of the sun. They go through the ether by means of their miraculous power. The wise are let out of this world when they have conquered Mara and his train. If a man has transgressed one law, and his steps rise and scoffs at another world, there is no evil he will not do. The uncharitable do not go to the world of the gods. Fools only do not praise liberality. A wise man rejoices in liberality, and through it becomes blessed in the other world. Better than sovereignty over the earth, better than going to heaven, better than lordship over all worlds, is the reward of the first step in holiness. The Buddha, the awakened. He whose conquest is not conquered again, into whose conquest no one in this world enters, by what track can you lead him, the awakened, the omniscient, the trackless? He whom no desire with its snares and poisons can lead astray. By what track can you lead him, the awakened, the omniscient, the trackless? Even the gods envy those who are awakened and not forgetful, who are given to meditation, who are wise, and who delight in the repose of retirement from the world. Difficult to obtain is the conception of men. Difficult is the life of mortals. Difficult is the hearing of the true law. Difficult is the birth of the awakened, the attainment of Buddhahood. Not to commit any sin, to do good, and to purify one's mind, that is the teaching of all the awakened. The awakened call patience the highest penance, long-suffering the highest nirvana. For he is not an anchorite, pravragita, who strikes others. He is not an ascetic, sramana, who insults others. Not to blame, not to strike, to live restrained under the law, to be moderate in eating, to sleep and sit alone, and to dwell on the highest thoughts. This is the teaching of the awakened. There is no satisfying lusts, even by a shower of gold pieces. He who knows that lusts tastes have a short taste and cause pain, he is wise. Even in heavenly pleasures he finds no satisfaction. The disciple who is fully awakened delights only in the destruction of all desires. Men, driven by fear, go to many a refuge, to mountains and forests, to groves and sacred trees. But that is not a safe refuge. That is not the best refuge. A man is not delivered from all pains after having gone to that refuge. He who takes refuge with Buddha, the law, and the church, he who with clear understanding sees the full holy truth, pain, the origin of pain, the destruction of pain, and the eightfold holy way that leads to the quieting of pain. That is the safe refuge. That is the best refuge. Having gone to that refuge, a man is delivered from all pain. A supernatural person, a Buddha, is not easily found. He is not born everywhere. Wherever such a sage is born, that race prospers. Happy is the arising of the awakened. Happy is the teaching of the true law. Happy is peace in the church. Happy is the devotion of those who are at peace. He who pays homage to those who deserve homage, whether the awakened Buddha or their disciples, those who have overcome the host of evils and crossed the flood of sorrow. He who pays homage to such as have found deliverance and know no fear, this merit can never be measured by anybody. Happiness. Let us live happily then, not hating those who hate us. Among men who hate us, let us dwell free from hatred. Let us live happily then, free from ailments among the ailing. Among men who are ailing, let us dwell free from ailments. Let us live happily then, free from greed among the greedy. Among men who are greedy, let us dwell free from greed. Let us live happily then, though we call nothing our own. We shall be like the bright gods, feeding unhappiness. Victory breeds hatred, for the conquered is unhappy. He who has given up both victory and defeat, he, the contented, is happy. There is no fire like passion. There is no losing throw like hatred. There is no pain like this body. There is no happiness higher than rest. Hunger is the worst of diseases, the body the greatest of pains. If one knows this truly, that is nirvana, the highest happiness. Health is the greatest of gifts, contentedness the best riches. Trust is the best of relationships. Nirvana, the highest happiness. He who has tasted the sweetness of solitude and tranquility is free from fear and free from sin, while he tastes the sweetness of drinking in the law. The sight of the elect, Araya, is good. To live with them is always happiness. If a man does not see fools, he will be truly happy. He who walks in the company of fools suffers a long way. Company with fools, as with an enemy, is always painful. Company with the wise is pleasure, like meeting with kinsfolk. Therefore, one ought to follow the wise, the intelligent, the learned, the much enduring, the dutiful, the elect. One ought to follow a good and wise man, as the moon follows the path of the stars. Pleasure. He who gives himself to vanity and does not give himself to meditation, forgetting the real aim of life and grasping at pleasure, will in time envy him who has exerted himself in meditation. Let no man ever look for what is pleasant, therefore what is unpleasant. Not to see what is pleasant is pain, and it is pain to see what is unpleasant. Let therefore no man love anything. Loss of the beloved is evil. Those who love nothing and hate nothing have no fetters. From pleasure comes grief. From pleasure comes fear. He who is free from pleasure knows neither grief nor fear. From affection comes grief. From affection comes fear. He who is free from affection knows neither grief nor fear. From lust comes grief. From lust comes fear. He who is free from lust knows neither grief nor fear. From love comes grief. From love comes fear. He who is free from love knows neither grief nor fear. From greed comes grief. From greed comes fear. He who is free from greed knows neither grief nor fear. He who possesses virtue and intelligence, who is just, speaks the truth, and does what is his own business, him the world will hold dear. He in whom a desire for the ineffable, nirvana, has sprung up, who is satisfied in his mind, and whose thoughts are not bewildered by love, he is called Erdvan Sorotis, carried upwards by the stream. Kinsmen, friends, and lovers, salute the man who has been long away and returns safe from afar. In like manner, his good works receive him who has done good and has gone from this world to the other, as kinsmen receive a friend on his return. Anger. Let a man leave anger. Let him forsake pride. Let him overcome all bondage. No sufferings befall the man who is not attached to name and form, and who calls nothing his own. He who holds back rising anger like a rolling chariot, him I call a real driver. Other people are but holding the reins. Let a man overcome anger by love. Let him overcome evil by good. Let him overcome the greed by liberality. By truth. Speak the truth, not yield to anger. Give, if thou art asked for little. By these 3 steps thou wilt go near. The sages who injure nobody, and who always control their body, they will go to the unchangeable place, nirvana, where, if they have gone, they will suffer no more. Those who are ever watchful, who study day and night, and who strive after nirvana, their passions will come to an end. This is an old saying. Oh, Akira, this is not the way of today. They bring him who said something, and they bring him who speaks nothing, who says nothing. As long as it is not. There never was, there never will be. Nor is there now a man who is always blamed, or a man who is always praised. But he whom those who discriminate praise continually day after day, as without blemish, wise, rich in knowledge and virtue, who would dare to blame him, like a coin made of gold from the Gamble River? Even the gods praise him. He is praised by none. Beware of bodily anger, and control thy body. Eat the sins of the body, and with thy body practice virtue. Beware of the anger of the tongue, and control thy tongue. Eat the sins of the tongue, and practice virtue with thy tongue. Beware of the anger of the mind, and control thy mind. Leave the sins of the mind, and practice virtue with thy mind. The wise who control their body, who control their tongue, The wise who control their mind are indeed well controlled. Birdie, thou art now like a sear leaf. The messengers of death, Yana, have come near to thee. Thou standest at the door of thy departure, and thou hast no provision for thy journey. Make thyself an island. When thy impurities are gone away, and thou art free from guilt, thou wilt enter into the heavenly world of the elect, Araya. Thy life has come to an end. Thou art come near to death, Yama. There is no resting place for thee on the road, and thou hast no provision for thy journey. Make thyself an island. Work hard. Be wise. When thy impurities are blown away, and thou art free from guilt, thou wilt not enter again into birth and decay. Let a wise man blow out the impurities of his self. Let a smith blows out the impurities of silver one by one, little by little, and from time to time. As the impurity which springs from the iron, when it springs from it, destroys it. Thus do a transgressor's own works lead him to the evil path. The taint of prayers is non-repetition. The taint of houses, non-repaired. The taint of the body is sloth. The taint of a watchman, thoughtlessness. Bad conduct is the taint of woman. Greediness, the taint of a benefactor. Painted out all evil ways in this world, and in the next. But there is a taint worse than all taints. Ignorance is greatest taint. All medicants throw off that taint and become taintless. And who is without shame, the hero, a mischief maker, and is old merchant. But like it's hard to live from this man who always looks for what is pure, who is disinterested, quiet, thoughtless, and intelligent. He who destroys life, who speaks on truth, whom this world takes what is not given to him, who goes to another man's wife, and the man who gives himself to drinking intoxicating liquors, he, even in this world, digs up his own root. Oh, man, notice that the unrestrained are in a bad state. Take care that greediness or vice do not bring thee to grief for a long time. The world is according to their faith or according to their pleasure. If a man frets about the food and the drink given to others, he will find no rest either by day or by night. He in whom that feeling is destroyed and taken out with the very root finds rest by day and by night. There is no fire like passion. There is no shark like hatred. There is no snare like folly. There is no torrent like greed. The fault of others is easily perceived, but that of oneself is difficult to perceive. A man knows his neighbor's faults like chaff, but one fault he hides, as a cheat hides the bad die from the gambler. If a man looks after the faults of others, and is always inclined to be offended, his own passions will grow, and he is far from the destruction of passions. There is no path through the air. A man is not a samana of upward acts. The world delights in vanity. The Tathagatas, the Buddhas, are free from vanity. There is no path through the air. A man is not the soul bound by upward acts. No creatures are eternal, but the awakened Buddha are never shaken. The just. A man if he carries a matter by violence. No, he who distinguishes both right and wrong, who is learned and leads others, not by violence, but by law and equity, and who is guarded by the law and intelligent. He is called just. A man is not learned because he talks much. He who is patient, free from hatred and fear, he is called. A man is not a sport, but what he talks. Even if man is not little, but sees the law bodily, he is a supporter, man who even neglects the law. A man cannot be older because his head is gray. His age may be great, but he is called old and thin. He in whom there is truth, virtue, love, restraint, moderation. He who is free from impurity and is wise.
Oh, be careful!
He is called an elder. An envious, greedy, dishonest man does not become respectable by means of much talking only, or by the beauty of his complexion. He in whom all this is destroyed and taken out with the very root. He, when freed from hatred and wise, is called respectable. Not by tonsure does an undisciplined man who speaks falsehood become a samana. Can a man be a samana who is still held captive by desire and greediness? He who always quiets the evil, whether small or large, he is called a samana, a quiet man, because he has quieted all evil. A man is not the mendicant, bhikshu, simply because he asks others for alms. He who adopts the whole law is a bhikshu, not he who only begs. He who is above good and evil, who is haste, who with knowledge passes through the world, he indeed is called a bhikshu. A man is not the muni, because he observes silence. But the wise who, taking the balance, chooses the good and avoids evil, he is a muni, and is a muni thereby. He who in this world wears both sides is called a muni. A man is not an elect, a raya, because he injures living creatures. Because he has pity on all living creatures, therefore is a man called a raya. Not only by discipline and vows, not only by much learning, not by entering into a trance, not by sleeping alone, do I earn the happiness of release which no mortal can know. Bhikshu, be not confident as long as thou hast not attained the extinction of desires. The way. The best of ways is the eightfold. The best of truths, the 4 words. The best of virtues, passionlessness. The best of men, he who has eyes to see. This is the way. There is no other that leads to the purifying of intelligence. Go on this way. Everything else is the deceit of Mara, the tempter. If you go on this way, you will make an end of pain. The way was preached by me when I had understood the removal of the thorns in the flesh. You yourself must make an effort. The Tathagatas, Buddhas, are only preachers. The thoughtful who enter the way are freed from the bondage of Mara. All created things perish. He who knows and sees this becomes passive in pain. This is the way to purity. All created things are grief and pain. He who knows and sees this becomes passive in pain. This is the way that leads to purity. All forms are unreal. He who knows and sees this becomes passive in pain. This is the way that leads to purity. He who does not rouse himself when it is time to rise who, though young and strong, is full of sloth, whose will and thought are weak. That lazy and idle man will never find the way to knowledge. Watching his speech, well restrained in mind, let a man never commit any wrong with his body. Let a man but keep these 3 roads of action clear, and he will achieve the way which is taught by the wise. Through zeal, knowledge is gotten. Through lack of zeal, knowledge is lost. Let a man who knows this double path of gain and loss thus place himself that knowledge may grow. Cut down the whole forest of lust, not a tree only. Danger comes out of the forest of lust. When you have cut down both the forest of lust and its undergrowth, then, bhikshus, you will be rid of the forest and free. So long as the love of man towards women, even the smallest, is not destroyed, so long is his mind in bondage, as the calf that drinks milk is to its mother. Cut out the love of self, like an autumn lotus, with thy hand. Cherish the road of peace. Nirvana has been shown by Sugata, Buddha. Here I shall dwell in the rain, here, in winter and summer. Thus the fool meditates, and does not think of his death. Death comes and carries off that man, praised for his children and flocks, his mind distracted, as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Sons are no help, nor father, nor relations. There is no help from kinsfolk for one whom death has seized. A wise and good man who knows the meaning of this should quickly clear the way that leads to nirvana. 21. Miscellaneous. If by leaving a small pleasure one sees a great pleasure, let a wise man leave the small pleasure and look. He who, by causing pain to others, wishes to obtain pleasure for himself, he, entangled in the bonds of hatred, will never be free from hatred. What ought to be done is neglected. What ought not to be done is done. The desires of unruly, thoughtless people are always increasing. But they whose whole watchfulness is always directed to their body, who do not follow what ought not to be done, and who steadfastly do what ought to. The desires of such watchful. A true Brahmana goes scatheless, though he have killed father and mother, and 2 valiant kings, though he has destroyed a kingdom with all its subjects. A true Brahmana goes scatheless, though he have killed father and 2 holy kings, and an eminent man besides. The disciples of Gautama, Buddha, are always well awake, and their thoughts day and night are always set on Buddha. The disciples of Gautama are always well awake, and their thoughts day and night are always set on the law. The disciples of Gautama are always well awake, and their thoughts day and night are always set on the church. The disciples of Gautama are always well awake, and their thoughts day and night are always set on their body. The disciples of Gautama are always well awake, and their mind day and night always delights in compassion. The disciples of Gautama are always well awake, and their mind day and night always delights in meditation. It is hard to leave the world to become a friar. It is hard to enjoy the world. Hard is the monastery. Painful are the houses. Painful it is to dwell with equals, to share everything in common, and the itinerant mendicant is beset with pain. Therefore let no man be an itinerant mendicant, and he will not be beset with pain. place a faithful, virtuous, celebrated, and wealthy man chooses, there he is respected. Good people shine from afar, like the snowy mountains. Bad people are not seen, like arrows shot by night. He alone who, without ceasing, practices the duty of sitting alone and sleeping alone, he, subduing himself, will rejoice in the destruction of all desires alone, as if living in a forest. 22. The downward course. He who says what is not goes to hell. He also who, having done a thing, says I have not done it. After death, both are equal. They are men with evil deeds in the next world. Many men whose shoulders are covered with the yellow gown are ill-conditioned and unrestrained. Such evildoers by their evil deeds go to hell. Better it would be to swallow a heated iron ball, like flaring fire, than that a bad, unrestrained fellow should live on the charity of the land. More things does a reckless man gain who covets his neighbor's wife: a bad reputation, an uncomfortable bed, thirdly, punishment, and lastly, hell. There is bad reputation and the evil way to hell. There is the short pleasure of the frightened in the arms of the frightened, and the king imposes heavy punishment. Therefore let no man think of his neighbor's wife. As a grass blade, if badly grasped, cuts the arm, badly practiced asceticism leads to hell. An act carelessly performed, a broken vow, and hesitating obedience to discipline, all this brings no great reward. If anything is to be done, let a man do it. Let him attack it vigorously. A careless pilgrim only scatters the dust of his passions more widely. An evil deed is better left undone, for a man repents of it afterwards. A good deed is better done, for having done it, one does not repent. Like a well-guarded frontier fort, with defenses within and without, so let a man guard himself. Not a moment should escape, for they who allow the right moment to pass suffer pain when they are in hell. They who are ashamed of what they ought not to be ashamed of, and are not ashamed of what they ought to be ashamed of, such men, embracing false doctrines, enter the evil path. They who fear when they ought not to fear, and fear not when they fear, men, embracing false doctrines, enter the evil path. They who forbid when there is nothing to be forbidden, and forbid not when there is something to be forbidden. Such men, embracing false doctrines, enter the evil path. They who know what is forbidden as forbidden, what is not forbidden as not forbidden, such men, embracing the true doctrine, enter the good path. 23. The elephant. Endure abuse as the elephant in battle endures the arrow sent from the bow, for the world is ill-natured. They lead a tamed elephant to battle. The king mounts a tamed elephant. The tamed is the best among men. He who silently and noble Sindhu. better still. For with these animals does no man reach the untrodden country.
Oh, ประตูเปิดแล้ว โอเค
Anna, where a tamed man goes on a tamed animal, on his own.